age, my children should be able to come to me and say, well, look, can I get a job? That means if I cannot supply my child with a job, that means I know other men that can in our community at some point. You know what I'm saying? And we are functioning at the level that we should function. You see what I'm saying? Because all other serious men do that. My children should do that. They create the institutions in their community that take care of their own people. And by extension, moving out of the community. All right? I'm saying third world press, all right, is not just a Chicago-based publishing company anymore. It is a world-based publishing company. We publish African writers all around the world. We sell books all around the world in the English-speaking world. All right? And so I'm saying at some point, then, if our work meant anything, this is why I'm saying in all of my books, I talk about what can be done rather than talk about what cannot be done. That's important that we develop the institutions that essentially accent what one's field, because it's easy to talk about what needs to be done. I used to do it too. I'm saying, look, as a poet, you know, a poet is a dreamer. Okay? And I'm saying, how do you move from dreaming to begin to move to actualize these ideas? Well, what woke me up is I woke up one day and saw we about $40,000, $50,000 in debt. Why? Because I'm not a businessman. Well, I am now, but I wasn't then. You come up and ask for a book, I'll give you a book. Didn't care anything about it. You see what I'm saying? Allow people to come in and work at some point and steal everything from them. Okay? Okay? But the point I'm trying to make is that you got to move from level to level. Okay, 6, discipline and motivation. That you cannot accomplish anything without discipline. I don't really need to go into that, but you understand what I'm talking about. 7, personal health, eating correctly, and exercising. I've been a vegetarian for over 20 years. I've been in this movement for over 25, almost 30 years. I'm saying even in this movement, people think my diet is weird. I've been called a man to eat weeds and all that stuff. Look, I don't get no headaches. I don't get no stomach aches. I am in good shape, all right? I am not burned out. I love life, okay? I see a whole lot to live for, all right? And I'm saying partially because the diet, at one level, has kept me healthy. I don't suck on nobody's bones, all right? I haven't had no meat in over 20 years, all right? And I'm saying that essentially you gotta watch everything that you take in your body from the water to the food, okay? So I'm saying that ideas at one level, but at the same time you gotta deal with the whole physical side too. Other side is exercise. Is that one has got to be active if the body's gonna be healthy. How do you reverse or slow down the aging process, all right? For me, I do a whole lot of stuff, but at least for 5 days, I'm either running 5 miles a day or cycling 20 miles a day. Okay? And then essentially that's how you at some point stay ready for battle. And it's key that in order to deal with stress, to have an active exercise program is one of the best ways. You see, in terms of dealing with stress. Because we see now brothers that come out of our movement of the 60s that's totally wasted. All right? You see them walk around always negative, can't say good about nothing. Look like they're dying, all right? Because what? They've lost the weight. They've lost the weight. They've lost the weight, okay? And I'm saying part of the way is that we have to be very concerned about our health. And do not put our hands into these jive doctors because half of them don't even know what they're talking about. A, spiritual search and reciprocity. Always seek answers to the reason for life. The religion one practices is not as important as the practice itself. Most world religions are based upon doing good in the world. When I began to question religion at a serious level, when I began to travel. I would travel among the Igbo, they got an answer for life. I would travel among the Yoruba, they got an answer for life. I would travel among the Zulu, they got an answer for life. I would travel among the Mosiah, they got an answer for life. I would go over to India, travel among the Hindus, they got an answer for life. Travel among the Sikhs, they got an answer for life. Travel among the Muslims, they got an answer for life. Travel among the Christians, they got an answer for life. Who's right? Who is right? You see what I'm saying? That becomes the key question. You know what my answer is? They're all right. Okay? They're all right. So therefore, if they're all right, then I'm not going to get into nobody's religious wars. Okay? I believe in all of them. All right? Now, the key point is what? If you believe in all of them, then what do? You do one simple thing. You do good. You do good. You seek quality. Okay? So in practicing what one believes, essentially doing good. You can pray 50 times a day. I'm saying just do good. Do good. All right? And when you do not do good, and when you've made an error, then you have to what? Apologize. You say, I'm sorry. You say, I hope it will never happen again. But you've got to do good. And when you do good, good will come back to you. Go ahead. All right? That's key. Yeah. That's key. Doing good. All right? I'm saying, essentially, the other side of this is that, look, all of you have got to move beyond using just 15% of your brain. Francis talk about the brain computer. I'm talking about let's move it up to 65, 75, 85%, and please don't get to 100%. We won't be able to contain you. But when you're using more of it, then you become multi-talented and multidisciplined. Let's bring me to the next point. That it is important that you create other options for yourselves. As long as you are hooked into, boom, this one job, they got you. As long as you can't do anything else, you got to bend over. As long as they say that Johnny knows that you got to come to work here every day 9 to 5 and stay longer, he wants you to stay longer, he got you. You see what I'm saying? So if we are intelligent, it gets back to that word, intelligence, it gets back to quality, that if we are intelligent, and if we are indeed the best and the brightest, then it seems to me that we create other options for ourselves all along the way. Okay? So we created independent black institutions, but I've never been employed by what we created. Okay, how do I earn my living? Well, I teach at the university level. Okay, why do I go into higher education? Well, I like to teach 2 days a week. Okay, I teach it Tuesday and Thursday. I work 4 hours a day, Tuesday and Thursday. That means I got the rest of the week to do what? This, or to write. Why? Because I noticed very early it was important for me to create an option. I've been working in higher education for over 20 years, and what I've seen in higher education is that in terms of black women, at one point understand that because I taught at Howard for 8 years, and black women outnumber black men 7-1 at Howard. Okay? I teach at Chicago State University in Chicago now, and black women outnumber black men 4-1. Now, I'm saying at one level that we men have got to get off the stool and recognize that we cannot compete in this world. We cannot put ourselves in position of power and influence unless we go through these universities. You can talk, look, can't nobody talk about the white boy like I can. But what I'm saying essentially is, and my wife says this all the time, the Japanese don't care what you call them. You can call them anything you want to call them all day long as you driving Toyota, driving cars. Listen to Sony, it don't matter. And what else? The Japanese say, whatever test you got, bring it on. Bring it on, because I'm going to deal with it. Okay? And my point is, and what we teach our children is, you got an impact on life, but life always impacting on you. And so whatever it is, you got to overcome it. Okay? And I'm saying, essentially the first day of class, every semester, I tell the incoming students, look, whatever excuse you got, let's get it off your mind now, because you're not going to be able to use it after the day. I'm not buying into it. You see, I know when I had to go and earn this graduate degree in order to get a tenure position at this university I'm at now, that the only place I could go to get a degree that would be accepted at this university was in the best writing program in the country, at least by white standard. That was University of Iowa. Live in Chicago, that meant that I had to go to Iowa to work on this MFA, but I couldn't relocate. I got a family, we got these businesses there. So I talked to Darwin Turner in the African Studies Department and said, look, can I work in your department? I want to come here and work on this degree. Darwin said, okay. All right? Now, in doing that, it wasn't easy because for 2 years, among everything else that we're doing, I had to drive 500 miles a week in order to earn this MFA, plus do the work. Okay? Now, I ain't nobody extraordinary. I'm just giving you a story. I'm saying essentially to the brothers that I'm saying if I want to get into higher education, I want to influence people at that level, and I'm going to do what I had to do it. Okay? And so, yes, it was difficult for 2 years, but 2 years go just like that. Right. Okay? Now, I'm saying that the sisters at some point recognize that we can't even find anybody working in the English department in our school in Chicago State. Why? I mean, they don't have the PhDs. Sisters have, but sisters get all kind of good jobs in terms of higher education because there's a magnet out there trying to pull them in because they feel what? Race and gender. Okay? We can't find the brothers. All right. Now, let me just kind of end this up. 9, cultural action. 10, self-reliance ambition. Self-reliance ambition, again, building other options. 10, creative production. enjoy life, do things that bring you happiness. This is so important that you have got to avoid burnout. Okay? Avoiding burnout means that you have hobbies, you do things that you like to do. You like I said earlier, I remain a realistic optimist primarily because I got children. Now I look at my children sometimes and tears come to my eyes. I just love them so much. And so it becomes key that you keep that connection with the children. And 12, adapt to change. The world is a far different place than it was 100 years ago, or even 50 years ago, or even 30 years ago. That we have to recognize that essentially that among our partnerships between men and women, there's no superior, there's no inferior. Essentially what you have now, you have partnerships. And that if we are dealing with quality, then essentially you share everything. You share decision making, you share our discussion, obviously your love, which brings me to the last point I want to make with you. This last point, I'm talking about serious struggle. And I'm going to run through this because our time is up. I said that we are circles, okay? We are circles. Africa is circles. Europe represents squares and skyscrapers, scraping the sky, okay? Now, my wife's name is Sufisha. So I took the letter S, turn it on its side, put another S on it. You got a double circle almost, all right? But also you got the sign of infinity, okay? Now, so I'm talking about infinity, so I started taking the S's and working with the S's. So I'm saying when a man and woman to move to a level of knowing, they cease to be reactive. They become proactive. And so the S's means at one point when a man and woman move to a level of love, is actually the highest high. Okay, I'm saying? When you truly love and make love, that is the high. All right? Okay. So I started using and working with these S's. And what we come up with, one, I'm going to go through this rather quickly. Source. For all people, there is a beginning, end, and renewing, knowing themselves. Soil, life, earth, land. The only thing nobody knows is making any more of. Seeing has very little to do with eyesight. Seeing is vision. Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder, they see, okay? Soul, the third eye of knowledge. Self, faith in oneself. It's not some European egocentric pop psychology. Self, spirit, the willingness to fly into the face of the now. You know what I'm saying? The spirit is key because that's what keeps us up and going. The spirit. We're talking about strength. Strength is not lifting weights, but strength is being responsible in everything that we do. Structure. All people, especially children, need structure. Our children do not run our home. Our children do not run our community. But they need structure. They need security. They need essentially study. Student, ongoing for life, a seeker of knowledge, serious, approach the world in a way in which other people see that you mean business. Space, one's private place for regeneration. Your home, stop time, I talked about that, regeneration. You go to your home, you come out the next day, you regenerate it, and what? You smile. You see? Smiling is so important because laughter heals. It disarms people when you smile at them. They don't know where you're coming from, okay? Because what? The blood is always angry. Simplicity and appreciation of the quiet, the search for quality within unnoticed. Silence, quiet time, slow running to a walk. Stillness, the ability to hear the heartbeat of one's future. The ability to hear the heartbeats of one's mates, one's children. Solitude, aloneness. That's welcome isolation. Sharing, social network, family, children, and so forth. Saving, frugality. Now this is very important. Saving. I'm saying to you, there is nothing materially that I want anymore. You know what I'm saying? You reach a saturation point. That means that my wife and I and our family, we got a house, we got a home, all right? I got a car. You know what I'm saying? It's a Toyota. I'm saying I could go out and buy a BMW tomorrow. I can get a Mercedes tomorrow. But why spend $50,000 to make the Germans richer? Okay? I'm saying at some point you get what you need just to keep on tracking. But if you are defined by the car you drive, the clothes you wear, the place you live, then what? If you don't have it, you have no definition. Okay? So our definitions have got to become internal and move from another level. So I'm saying at one point that we have got to move toward sharing. So therefore, the money that we have left over after we put the money aside for our children's education and our retirement, if we retire, I don't really know, but the point is it goes into building independent black institutions. All right? We have got 6 people working in the bookstore, we got 7 people working in the press, we got almost 20 people working in the school. So therefore, we got to meet a payroll every 2 weeks of 30-some-odd people. That's serious. You see what I'm saying? That's not chump change, not to us. That's serious business. Okay? And so essentially, you have to approach it that way. Okay. All right. So sharing, saving, service, to give in one town to those less fortunate. Therefore, we are specialists, which means support, putting oneself in a position to offer others resources. Settle a way of life that does not underestimate one's enemy. Stimulate the ability to pull the best from others, self, and oneself. Struggle, the only way to approach life, we gotta struggle. We gotta organize, we gotta struggle. And if we organize and struggle, that means that we come out with a new shiny, having touched an internal light, which means we move toward a level of saneness, a quality of being that allows one to function intelligently under all circumstances, which means speaking, multilingual, watching one's words, skepticism, substance, which leads toward success, which finally says that we go through all of that, then we as men will be steady and ready for sisters. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry we're so fast, but we started late and we finished late.
Before everyone leaves, I have an announcement to make. We decided to express our power about 2 hours ago by seeing how much money we could create. We said we were wealthy. We got together and we created, in about 10 minutes, we created $3,100. We need to give ourselves. That's not all we created. A whole lot of people wrote $100 checks. That means we're people who are capable of writing $100 checks to build black institutions. That keeps them independent. The other thing it means is that some other people put in $50, a whole lot of people put in $50, committed to sending the other $50 by July 30th to all the productions and the address right here on the back end. And we know they're going to live up to their commitment because it's about building independent black institutions. Finally, if there's anybody who was not there, I have an envelope here to say, please don't leave without making your donation today of $100, or if you're not giving 100 today, so you're giving 50, and you're going to get the other 50 by July 30th. I have the envelope. Okay, thanks for your help.
Yes, Royal Family, blessed love, once again, give thanks for your presence with us. Give thanks for a wonderful evening. What a joy, once again, that you could come and sup with us and rest around table. We glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I, in all our doings and sayings. Of course, Royal Family, even at this moment, looking at 26 minutes after the hour of 8 o'clock, again, it is a great joy that you are with us. And of course, we intend to have a wonderful program this evening as we enter into Rasta Round Table. Give thanks, Royal Family.
Are you searching for unique handmade black cultural crafts, t-shirts, and accessories? Look no further. Introducing your ultimate destination for the vibrant and captivating creations that celebrate Rastafari and African culture. At Black Dominion, we bring you a curated collection of exquisitely designed, crafted products honoring the rich heritage of Rastafari, Ethiopia, and the Black diaspora. With our user-friendly website, shopping is a breeze. We ship worldwide, bringing Black culture to every corner of the globe. Visit www.blackdominion.shop today and start exploring the incredible range of handmade Rastafari and Black culture. Find your inspiration, embrace your roots, and stand out from the crowd.
When I am dead, wrap the mantle of the red, the black and the green around me. For in the new life I shall rise up with God's grace and blessing. To lead the millions of the heights and the triumph that you well know. Look for me in a world when I'm a storm. Look for me all around you. For with God's grace, I shall come back with countless millions of black men and women who have died in America, those who have died in the West Indies, and those who have died in Africa. To aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and righteousness.
Yes, once again, Royal Family, blessed love. Give thanks continually again for the life giver and the keeper of life. And of course, we are very thankful for your presence, of course, on this wonderful Thursday evening. Give thanks again, Jah, Rastafari, for the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof, and them and those that dwell therein. We give thanks for the gathering once again, and we pray the Most High guide and protect our words. We pray the inspiration of the Almighty continually be with us as we go forward in our reasoning, as we go forward in the gathering. Of course, reasoning is better than preaching, and we pray that we come out with good substance and good meditation and good intellect for the betterment of us as a people. Give thanks. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Yes, Royal Family, Rasta Round Table. We have Brother Anko Madred, we have Elder King, Cypher Selassie, the sword of the Holy Trinity, with us at the moment around the table, and we're hoping to see other faces of the brotherhood with us this evening as we are going to delve into a wonderful and exciting subject. But before we go in, let me just say blessed love to the Royal Family with us. King Anko Madred, blessed love, my Lord.
Blessed love, King. Respect, my Lord.
I pray all is well with you and, and the fullness thereof.
And everything I read for now.
My Lord, we have a seal.
And thing as usual.
And of course, Rasai for Selassie, blessed love King, salam to the eye.
Peace and blessings, beloved. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. It's a bit low, but we hear you. I hear you, but it is a bit low. I know you're not on the usual device this evening, but
yeah. Is that better? Is that better?
It's still a bit low, but when it's time for you to chime in, I know you'll just pump up the volume and such, Yes, but everything is blessed though. But yes, family, this evening you're good. When it's your turn, we'll make sure everything is in order. But family, this evening, Rasta Round Table, of course, this is a program that comes to you every Thursday evening, even at this hour here, right after the Tiger's Nest. And, this is a special program that we intend to have this evening because the previous program, a conversation arose as it relates to the two different doctrines and the Arian doctrine and Arius himself and his whole coming to the Nicene Council. And what I would have done a few programs, just giving the audience, especially those who are seeking knowledge, a basic understanding of the Nicene Council, because I know for sure when we got into the round table tonight, it wouldn't be kindergarten. Even just before we came on to the program itself, we were having an off-air discussion, and it was already going deep, and mathematics were already coming into the conversation. So for those who may be green to the subject, I would have taken the time to at least give time and date, 325 AD, the Nicene Council of Bishops, the 318 bishops, I think history would have said, that were convened there in Constantinople, of course, by Emperor Constantine, the individual who for sure was a great member of Sol Invictus, which is sun worship at its highest. He is said to have converted to Christianity after getting a vision and seeing the cross and getting the message that in this sign he must go and conquer. That's what the vision told him. In the sign he must go and conquer. And many of us would, of course, come across the story of Arius, the North African bishop, Bishop of Alexandria, who would have attended this conference that was held again in 325. And one of the main things is that he was in strong opposition, according to the history, of the doctrine that was being pushed. But what is interesting, when you really study this history in depth, it didn't begin there. In fact, since 321 AD, there was a conference in Alexandria. The Bishop of Alexandria held a conference in 321 AD with about 100 bishops trying to do the same thing, because the Nicene Council, interestingly, was really put together to go against the strength that Arius was coming with when you really go into history, because even prior to that, there was a whole conference again, as I said, the Bishop of Alexandria he had, because Arius and other ones, it's not him alone, they have other individuals who were really against, let's just say, I think more so the Trinitarian doctrine that was coming up even at that time, where Christianity was in general. But anyway, as I said, just basic information maybe for those who may not have an idea of exactly what the Nicene Council is all about. Most people consider that this event was the hallmark, the real starting point of modern day Christendom, and maybe the more outstanding of all the councils that we would have heard of. But as I said, for the moment, it is Honorable King Cypher Selassie and Co-Madrid in the house. And of course, we do have a few other members of the round table that we actually intend to be stepping in for the moment. But I'm going to make my words be few. As I said, I did a few programs concerning that. And in the interest of time and everything, I would like to open the floor to Brother Anko Madrid, who will be taking us into the program itself on another level. And my brother, I would have given you all permission to share anything you have to share. King Anko Madrid, Rastafari.
Rastafari. Yes, I will. What I suppose the purpose of this program is to educate ones and ones about what the controversy with Arius is really concerned.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. So
that's how I'm gathering it, because as I said, this came off of the last program we did, and I think that was the discussion more so between King Isern and ARCHAEOASTRONOMER.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because I think one of the foundational things we need to establish is what was the contention, what was the argument at the Council of Nicaea. You understand? So it come because as far as I understand from King Isern position, because this came up in the early days of Rasta Round Table, and I think some of the arguments were Ras Isern forward and it coming out of Walter Williams' chronology of events now. You understand? With the Serapis and the Arius, the representation of Arius as defending like a older let me say the traditional religion then. You know what I mean? My understanding about what the argument was down there was about a Christological Christology now, about what is the position of the Son in relation to the Father. You understand? So, like Arius, one of his main things was pointing that the Son was a created being he was created from the Father, but the first created being. His doctrine have that Christ was the first created being, and it was the word of the Logos. You understand? So and it was before time, and then through the word, all things was created and whatnot. But they still subordinate and saying that is not of the same essence as God the Father, and the Son can't really know the Father because he was created and all these kind of things, right? So that is where the thing come in. So what become known as Orthodox Christianity or the mainstream point of view is a kind of co-substantiality between the Son, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, yeah? And basically Arius was putting forward a hierarchy where the Father is above the Son, and they also have a belief in the Holy Spirit back. I don't know where the Holy Spirit, the rank inside, but basically the Father is preeminent. And this theological view is what some people say reach into the Islamic tradition. You understand? Because when they talk about God the Father alone, they say that that's the monad now. You understand? And then they must say about the dyad. The dyad is the Father, and the Son, the monad is the Father alone as the Almighty Creator. So the Arabs and the Islamic tradition is kind of following in the theological tradition of the Arians and the Arius, his theology. Yeah. So I'm gonna share something just to elucidate the differences. So Arius' creed, what he write down in a letter to Constantine. Arius write a letter to Constantine explaining his theology, and there's a quotation for the part, right? He said, "We believe in one God, the Father Almighty, and in his Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, who was begotten from him before all ages. God the Word, by whom all things were made, whether things in heaven or things on earth. He came and took upon him flesh, suffered and rose again, and ascended into heaven, from where he will come again to judge the living and the dead. We believe in the Holy Spirit, in the resurrection of the body, in the life to come, in the kingdom of heaven, and in one Catholic Church of God, established throughout the earth." So that's the Arius, that Arius saying with his beliefs. And then the Nicene Creed now, which is a formula which was developed in opposition to Arius. It says, "We believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of all things visible and invisible. And we believe in one Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the only begotten of the Father. That is, of the substance of the Father, God of God, and light of light. True God of true God, begotten, not made, consubstantial with the Father. By him all things were made, both which are in heaven and on earth, who for the sake of us men and on the account of our salvation, descended, became incarnate, and was made man, suffered, arose again the third day, and ascended into the heavens, and will come again to judge the living and the dead. We also believe in the Holy Spirit. But the Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church anathematizes those who say, there was a time when he was not, and he was not before he was begotten, and he was made from that which did not exist. And those who assert that he is of other substance or essence than the Father, that he was created or is susceptible of change." So I'll go to pause there for now. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I can't have a question quick there. Or you?
Yeah.
No, just looking and so. Oh, you took it off because I wanted to kind of quote something I saw there.
Well, I nothing I can put it back up on.
Yeah. So the Arius Creed or the Arian doctrine, because that Nicene Creed stuff, I know that by heart. We used to have to recite that in the Anglican Church. That's for sure. But so really the outlook, especially for a novice, really. And I myself am learning because, sometimes we're very romantic in the conscious realms, we're very romantic. So we have areas as well, maybe say he was defending maybe some ancient Egyptian concept. But the real understanding of the creed, that Arius in the same way saw this Christ figure as the Word of God, who will actually come again to judge the living and the dead. Let me see what else is said here. Yes, and he came and took upon him flesh, suffered, and rose again and ascended into heaven. All of that is a part of the Arius doctrine. Am I correct?
Well, yes, that's what you're saying.
Just clarifying, as we move on. Yes, that will continue.
Yes, that because even that's what I'm saying. A lot of I and I who get to hear Arius and whatnot is through the same Walter Williams book, The Historical Origins of Christianity, and his research and his narrative of things now. But what happened is now certain things what Walter Williams was saying, it come like he was taking a literal reading of what Arius was trying to say. You understand? Because it have a way where it is, you say that he non-existent or something, so you understand? But it was in terms of, all right, so they say like the Orthodox and the Catholic people believe that God the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit will always eternally since create, like that is the Godhead since creation. And Arius saying that it was God by himself and then he created the Son through speaking, and then through the speaking is how everything else created and things like that. And so it's a kind of high theology where some of these things here now, because you see what they're talking about, he came, he took up flesh and suffered and rose and where you say he came and took upon him flesh, suffered and rose again and ascended into heaven, from where he will come again to judge the living and the dead. That's the same dying and rising God. Yeah, so it's a kind of like that.
But what I was saying, but in the conscious realm, this is why studying and so in the conscious realms, if you don't really take your time and do your studying, maybe if you've never been to church too and went through the doctrine like some of us, yeah, maybe you would have never known that is the outlook of Arius, because the impression you're giving is like, well, if you listen to some of the conscious commentators, really, up to last night I was playing one of the esteemed scholars in the community, and he was saying when Arius showed up, he was just telling them, no, man, what you're trying to do, that's not the way to go. I mean, there's no Son of God. Yes, the Son of God is in all of us, but there's no special man that's the Son of God. So this esteemed scholar, he was showing that that's what Arius was teaching. But if you read this, he doesn't exactly come across like that.
Well, which scholars are you speaking about? ARCHAEOASTRONOMY or
no, I'm talking about Booker T. Coleman, brother Kamani.
Right, well, one thing
was his sentiments on one of the hidden colors.
Hidden colors things, right? So one thing we're trying to do is get to the root of things. You understand? So if it is you want to talk about me or my mind set up, if I want to talk about Arius, I go in and find out, well, what evidence they have of this council? Where was the historical documents that give details about the proceedings in the council of Nicaea? You understand? So you would go and you would find out is this fella Eusebius is who write two histories. One name the history of the church, Historia Ecclesiasticus or something. So and he write a next one named Life of Constantine. Them is two works from Eusebius now. Where inside it now he gave details about the proceedings and the different arguments and things was put forward in the Nicene Council and what Arius say and certain things. But you can't take everything what Eusebius saying as 100% because he himself is he was a participant in the council itself and he had an agenda and his viewpoint and certain things and he writing the whole work is a kind of work to big up Emperor Constantine or something what is called a panegyric, which is a writing to kind of just highly esteem the emperor and tell back everything like kind of glorification way. But yeah, so if you go in and check now, you would realize if you want to Arius, they have letters, several of them, not one either, were ascribed to Arius, where he was sending to different people, different bishops and things, where he was discussing his concepts and things like that now, from before the council and after it as well, because even after they excommunicate him in this Nicene Council, about 4 years later they rope him back in and certain things like that because it had different camps and who the emperor was, who had the emperor here is who would have been more popular, who would have been the mainstream or considered the orthodoxy at that point in time. You understand? So it had different camps and different theologies who, according to which emperor was in favor and which part that man from and thing, is who would have had the heir of the emperor and be the more official version of Christianity at that point in time.
King Type Selassie.
Yes, family. Yes, family. Give thanks.
So as I said, we hear you now, but you may have to, I don't know, I know you're on a different device. You have a little...
you can hear this now? That better?
Yeah, it's a little better. Yeah, it's one of them.
Yeah.
I know it's a bit uncomfortable, but one of those cases where you have to come closer.
Yes, it's not a problem. I can speak like this, no problem. Yes, I give thanks. Yes, family, greetings and Rastafari, Kadamawi, Haile Selassie, blessing to each and everybody who's taking part and watching on as the guests or the viewers. Give thanks. Yes, well, this is a very intricate subject, unless you have because this is kind of the beginning of Christianity, and what we have here as well is caught up with Greek philosophy, Greek philosophers' ideas coming into things. So there we get the different interpretation. Now, I know you're saying that Ras, Honorable Priest, and Ras Nkoma, you say that Arius is from North Africa. Well, I was of the impression he was from Persia. And the reason I say that is because of his journey into
Aside for Selassie, I don't know if you could try to speak up more directly in the microphone because it kind of struggling to hear you.
Yeah,
okay, I'm talking right into it. Can you hear me now?
We're trying to keep the same levels there, somewhere there.
Yeah, all right,
before you go in, you could unshare it too. Yeah. Well, yes, my lord, it is a bit soft, but...
Yeah, I'm talking directly into the phone now. Bridge, I have it upright by my mouth. So,
very good, perfect.
All right, yes, I give thanks. Yes, so if I never hear what I say it's a very delicate subject.
That's not
and it's such an important subject too, that's because it's the idea of whether Christ had two natures or three natures. In Ethiopia, they call that Sos-Lidet doctrine and Hulit-Lidet doctrine. Sos-Lidet is of 3 natures, Hulit-Lidet is of 2 natures. So that is what is in Ethiopia, and it is so important that it split Ethiopia in 2 about 1720 to 30, and from them regions right at the time up to 1855, where when Tewodros came to the throne, Emperor Tewodros II came to the throne. But before that time, the different doctrines of this, whether that Christ had 2 births or 3 births, was what split Ethiopia in 2, where they call it the Zamana Mesafent. Zamana Mesafent means the period of judges or the period of princes, where there was no real monarch on the throne or who remained on the throne. They would be deposed because it was the princes fighting for power. Well, His Majesty's great-grandfather Sahale Selassie, his great-grandfather Sahale Selassie, he had been on the throne twice in that period there, because he was a Sos-Lidet doctrine, the 3 births of Christ, and the doctrine which is the 2 births of Christ, which is the Arius doctrine, and the Arian doctrine, the 2 births of Christ. He banned those people from his capital. His Majesty's great-grandfather, when he was the king, he banned those people with the Hulit-Lidet doctrine from the region of his capital when he was ruling. So the Sos-Lidet doctrine then belongs to the Selassie kings, because Kadamawi Haile Selassie, when you read his constitution, he would tell you that he's descendant from Menelik I through the dynasty of Menelik I. He mentions him, and then he mentions Sahale Selassie. Sahale Selassie. Sahale. The great-grandfather. Sahale Selassie, His Majesty's great-grandfather. And so he now supported the Sos-Lidet doctrine. Well, when Tewodros came to the throne, and he came from the north, and he followed the Hulit-Lidet doctrine, the 2-birth doctrine. I just say that to say where our brethren came from. Arius. I was of the impression that he came from Persia and went through into the school at Edessa. There was a Christian school at Edessa, and in them time there, that was one of the, and that's why Armenia is a sister church to Ethiopia, because of that. And he came through that Commagene kingdom, and the Commagene kingdom was ruled by the Antiochus kings, who we read about in the Maccabees period, the Antiochus kings. So he came through that route, through the school of Edessa. That is what I understood. I might be wrong, but when you're saying he came from North Africa, possibly, I don't know that. I didn't hear that. That's what I read, because that gives now, and then it makes sense, because at the bottom of Edessa, which is in Armenia, is at the bottom down into Asia, at the bottom of the Tigris River in that region. So, and I think there's a link between the Tigris River and Tigray in Ethiopia. And it is in Tigray, Ethiopia, where this two-birth doctrine is coming from. There's a difference, the southern Solomonides and the northern Solomonides. They all claim Solomonic descent, but some are from the north and some are from the south. But the same way as in ancient Kemet, the king of the south and the king of the north. One wear the white crown and the blue, and one wear the red crown. And then you would see the one who became dominant, the king of both lands. That's like the king of kings. He wears the white crown and the red crown, a double crown. But His Majesty wears a triple crown. But where that comes into is the doctrine now of Arianism, and Arius says that Christ is not truly divine. God alone is self-existent and immutable. The Son is not The sun is not self-existent. The sun is not self-existent. So he cannot be God, because the Godhead is immutable. The Son, who is mutable, being present in the Gospels as subject to growth and change, so cannot be God. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That was
Yeah,
that's
clearly too.
sorry, brethren.
No, we're hearing you clearly as well. Plus,
Okay, yeah.
plus those who will be seeing, going to see a picture of Sahale Selassie.
Okay, so Haile Selassie, yes, that's His Majesty's great-grandfather. So now the opposition to Arian was the Orthodox priests who were dealing with the Catholicism, or Catholicus. But what Catholicus means is where it has become the Roman Catholic Church. Before it was the Roman Catholic Church, Catholicus just means universal. You know, so the Ethiopians, where they were bringing in the Romans they're bringing the Romans into their system already, because I'll tell you what, they were bringing the Romans into they're telling you that the Romans gave this thing to the Ethiopians, but it's not, it's the other way around. And I can show you how it's the other way around. Am I going too deep?
No, man.
Am I going?
You're good.
Okay.
You're good there. Yeah.
Okay, Bridget. Yeah. Yeah. So how that came around, because there were different doctrines all around the place, because there was the doctrine of a people called the Sabellian. What is it? Sabellian. Well, Saba, S-A-B-E, right? Sabellian, a Sabellian doctrine, right? Well, the Sabellian doctrine was let me find where I wrote that down. You know, it's of Saba, right? And it was also called a monarchical doctrine too, right? And now this was following the monarch. You know, these were people who believe in the monarch, like we believe in the monarch. I and I, Rastafari, we believe in the monarch. So there was a doctrine now called the Sabellian and the monarchians, right? And they were concerned for the divine monarchy. I and I, Rastafari. Yes, fine. I've got to. So the monarchians, they were concerned with the divine monarchy, the absolute unity and indivisibility of God, against distinctions of person in the Godhead, right? Now, in the Ethiopian church, they say God the Father is equal with the Son, but he's not the Son. God the Son is equal with the Father, but he's not the Father. And the Holy Spirit is equal with the Father and equal with the Son, but he's neither. So there are distinctions now. So this is where these things start becoming technically, like, this is mind-bending. I'm telling you, family, this is enough to bend your mind, all of this stuff, because it's all it is philosophy and tiny little parts. It's so delicately similar, but to find the truth of it is like a brain, you know. To when you start looking into it deeply, it becomes a very difficult subject to deal with. So how I personally look at it is in the history of Ethiopia, and rather than being so definitive. Although I would say that the Arian doctrine, before we go into Ethiopia, the Arian doctrine from Arius is what they call Arianism. And when the Nazis in Germany and the Nazis in Germany and Mussolini, the fascists, they believed in Arianism. They were Arian. It was the Aryans, right? So this is a racist doctrine. So we mustn't get confused. Do we think that Arius is with us? Because he came, don't forget, Babylon's system says them come from Persia, Greece, into Europe, into Rome and then into Europe, right? That's where they say. So that makes sense now, putting Arius as a Persian, right? Because that's where Babylon claims they get their power from Persia. What they used to call Persia, which is Iran today. So, and also, very, very, in 360, around 360 AD now, they come up with, there's all different kind of different doctrines kept coming up. This is after the Council of Nicaea now, right? And they came up with they had a thing with this, Ras and Comadre mentioned it already, about the one substance, the Christ is of one substance with the Father. And there's no division between them. So and in the Ethiopian church, they say, we believe in one God Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, begotten and not made of the Father, with the Father. Well, I think one of those creeds, what you read out there earlier, he said begotten and not made of the Father. But then one of them was saying that the Nicene Creed was saying something different. I think I can't remember when he read it out. I thought that sounds opposite to what they teach in the church, the Ethiopian church. So it's such a subject. But Athanasius now, when he became the bishop of Alexandria, he got run out of the throne 2 or 3 times off of the seat. He was the bishop of Alexandria. He got thrown off of that seat a couple of times, and when he was thrown off of the seat by one, he was there for one monarch, and then that monarch died, and then I don't know if his brother came along or something. They run him. But where did he go? He went to Ethiopia. Twice he went to Ethiopia. Like when he used to get deposed off his throne, he'd run to Ethiopia. Well, why? Because he's in Ethiopia, they worship the king. Arius was against it. Arius wasn't Arius, because Athanasius accommodated it. Athanasius, they tried to water it down, but they accepted the kingship, and this is where the three natures comes in, because then the kingship is the baptism when the king is coronated and the king is baptized. That is at birth. When he takes the baptism, he becomes Christed, and then when he becomes anointed, when he becomes the king in his grown-up life. Because it's a dynasty of kings. They're born to be kings. Has been throughout centuries. It's not just His Majesty, and His Majesty wasn't even born in a palace, because it was not to be that this divine king would not be born in a palace. Anyway, let's not diverge. So the thing is very. Arius then was against. Arius was against the bishop before Athanasius. I can't think of his name, but he's calling him of being a Sabellian, of practicing this Sabellianism, right? And throughout the controversy, that was this Sabellian teaching was against the Nicene orthodoxy. Arius accused the bishop of being it throughout, because they were, the Nicene orthodoxy were using the Sabellianism, and the Sabellianism was a more advanced version of the monarchianism. There's so many of these terms, family, it's just mind-bending. And then the church are trying to tell us, these teachers who are up in the church now, they're trying to tell us that everything has not changed from the beginning of Christ. Everything, like when you start reading all this madness, let's just say, let's give thanks for Kadamari Haile Selassie, where we can just say, I and I, God in man. That's what Tawhid means, God in man. So that means in the taking of the baptism and following Kadamari Haile Selassie, we are Christed in him. So we don't have to worry about all this madness, because this is all the madness of the history of the church fathers, who we're supposed to be adoring. We're supposed to adore these people, all of these people who are coming up with all these different philosophical ideas. And that's what it is about. This is what we call dogma. It's philosophical ideas. And the idea of whether the Father was with the Son and the Son was with the Father. Well, if we go back into ancient Kemet, which I can't do now, family, because I'll leave it now, but maybe we can have another program where we can go into it deeper, because I can show you the idea where these ideas of God being one and two, whether he's one and two and all of that, because Ptah and Atum are one. I can show you mathematically how it all works, all mixed up with the Imhotep building at Saqqara. It's all tied into that, and you can read the whole astronomy and work it all out. So all this madness here, leave it to the church and make we learn another way to deal with it, so we can come with our own interpretation, because God the Father and God the Son are one. Atum, Ptah and Atum, definitely. And the reason they're together is because Cancer and Leo, if they take 30 degrees of the compass wheel, each in the zodiac, they take 30 degrees. The 30 degrees into 360, there's 12 divisions, so that we're talking with the zodiac clock. They are together. But the reason they stay together is because the length, the physical length of the constellation of Atum, which is Leo, cannot fit in 30 degrees. It just goes way back into the Cancer. Just the physical length of it, the astronomical length of, when you look at it, you observe it. It doesn't fit into that 30 degrees. It's much bigger. It's about 40 degrees long. So that length of 40 degrees sits in there with the Cancer, the crab, or the scarab beetle, and it sits in there with them, and then they've got a value together. And all of those, it's mathematical, but I can show it, but I won't go into it now because it's too deep. But I hope that the idea gets some food for thought, Rastafari. Highly blessed. Are you?
So let me ask you, so with the areas, because I hear, I would say a bit critical of Arius and against the Arian doctrine. Sometimes I wonder how close the Arian doctrine, quote unquote, is to the man Arius of that time. Just like Christianity, how close is Christianity to the man Christ at that time? You understand what I'm saying? Because things get real blurry when thousands of years pass. But what I'm saying though, it's a question actually. So are you saying that, because this is interesting, as I said earlier, especially in the conscious community, many ones, especially ones who may not have a horse in the race when it comes to Christendom and Christianity, they always would say, hey, listen, Arius was one of our what was the word? One of our heroes, one of our stalwarts that stood up in the time when Constantine, because remember, Constantine and the Nicene Council is seen as the beginning of Christendom to many. And here is a black man. The fact that there's just one black man in the house may not be the one, but just the paint of the picture, the picture I showed earlier. There's this black man in the house that is standing up against Constantine, and who else was there? Pope Sylvester, or whoever was in the house, and to the point that Saint Nicholas would have come and assaulted him. So just that stance alone gives those who are conscious like an adrenaline rush that, yeah, man, this man is one of us. So are you saying no? Because you're saying that you definitely you don't really see that his doctrine is right. Would it be a case that Arius was wrong and Constantine and his crew was correct, even in principle as such? I just asking because I see there's even last strong I was asking, previous strong I was asking, Ras Adonais Adonis. See, he has a strong aggression against Arius. Like, no man, Arius was wrong. So I'm just trying to see if he was wrong, if the concept of the other bishops were correct.
What I would say is that if you're in the modern times and you're defending the Orthodox church institution narrative and thing, it come like it's imperative for you to side on the side against Arius. And even that might be extended to even being a Rastafari. If you're hailing Haile Selassie and his name conforming with the theology that it have a Trinity. You understand? The power Haile Selassie is the power of the Trinity. You understand? So in a way, that the Trinitarian camp is what is known as Orthodoxy, and Arius, what he was putting forward was kind of anti-Trinitarian in claiming the subordinates of the Son and these kind of things. You know?
Even though even in the creed we read earlier, to me, he sounds the creed itself. I was to just depend on the creed alone, I would believe that his concept of the Son is very close, if not the same, as the other creed, the Nicene.
Well, that's the thing. Is some little key words what it hinging on. The key difference in it is that saying about the part about being begotten from the Father. You understand? So the Father is unbegotten by no one, but the Son is begotten by the Father. So the whole point of it is that they say not at a point in time, not even in time, because it's saying before time, but it's saying there once was a time where the Son was non-existent.
No.
That's the whole hinge of the whole crux of the matter there. Arius so he's saying that the Son was created by the Father after the fact that the Father used to exist by himself, basically.
So King Cyrus Selassie, what I was asking, in principle, maybe not in actuality, but in principle, would you say that the Nicene bishops were correct?
Yes. In principle, yes.
In principle.
Because they had learned from Athanasius, who had gone to Ethiopia to get his theology. You see where the Ethiopian kings were worshipped. He's only when after now it became corrupted again, you know, because where they keep telling you that the Ethiopian church has not changed from the time of Christ up to right now. That's not true if we start looking at this history. Once we start looking into history, you see, the thing is with the Ethiopian church, the only people who were educated were the priests. The population generally, until the time of His Majesty, was not educated. They were learning through the priests. So for all of those hundreds of years, for 1600 years, until His Majesty, they were all learning from the priests. So whatever the priests tell them, that is the doctrine. But then when we now, as people who can start looking into, as I and I, as Rastafari, we are now investigators into things. We're searching for the truth. So when we start looking into all of this history and seeing how confused and convoluted it is and how little bits of... because there's even semi-Arianism. There's even a semi-Arianism. There's an Arianism. There's a semi-Arianism. There's a Nazianism. You know, where the Nazis come from, all coming out of the Arian doctrine.
And you have Arianism in disguise too, it seems like.
Yes, because let me just tell you quickly where the thing comes in. You see, when you read that creed there from Arius, and he said that that Christ was born and then he died
and resurrected.
He rose again. He went to heaven. You see, now he's gone to heaven and he's coming again. Now there's the division between God and man. That's the division between God and man. You see, because where he's gone again, we can't get to him. We have to go through the priesthood to get him. We're in the Ethiopian doctrine now. When they say to you, when you get baptized as a baby, then you that's your third birth. You got three births. You know, as Christ, he's redeemed you. So there's the birth of him being born of a mother, being born of God, you know, begotten of the Father, being born with an earthly mother. As all kids, this is just African science, by the way. You know, the Ethiopian African kings were married to the monarchs, who are when the monarch is married to the deity. That is in the anointing. That is officially what is happening. They are being married to the deity in the heavens. So the father, the king is married, you know, he's married to the queen of heaven. The queen of heaven is in, if we're going to put it back into just time of Kemet, is Seshat. Seshat is the consort of the architect, Imhotep, who has got another name in his spiritual aspect, but that was his earthly aspect. So these things, you see now we've got the link between God and man. Imhotep was married to Seshat's husband in the heavenly realms had a different name to Imhotep, but that is Imhotep. That is the relationship, the goddess of wisdom, and the god, you know, and learning and speech and navigation and everything, and sacred building, architecture, geometry, astronomy, all of these things. This is the library of knowledge. This is where it's coming from, Kemet. So, there is nowhere that this information about in the Bible, you know, what these people are arguing about, it's got no other root than from coming from that astronomical root. It's got nowhere else it's coming from.
And I like that again to King. Even before I don't want us to leave without, give us give a reasoning again, even if it's in a nutshell, with how the Ethiopian lineage, Sahali Selassie.
Yes, I.
Just for clarity, because you don't know, a lot of this information is new. And
yes, I.
Yeah, please.
Well,
yeah.
That is very important, because to explain it in Ethiopian history will tell I and I where we have to be.
Yeah.
Because all of this, with all of this confusion about this is technical stuff, technical philosophy. That's what it is, you know, which has come out of the Greek philosophy, where they examine everything in their scientific form and break everything up and say this word and that word, and they've got, you know. So this is where all of this stuff has become confused. But if we jump into Ethiopian history, now it comes very clear. We can now work it out. When, like I said, there was over this same doctrine, this doctrinal matter, Ethiopia was split in two for the Zamana Masafent, from 1730 approximately until 1855, when Tewodros come to the throne, Tewodros II. The era of princes, or the era of judges, the Zamana Masafent, was stopped by Tewodros, who wasn't actually a Solomonic royal. He was actually a governor, you know, and married a royal, and you know, he was just he had the governor status. He wasn't really of royal credentials. His father was a governor, you know. I mean, they were governing people, but they weren't. He wasn't of the Solomonic line, but he married into it. So his wife became one of a Solomonite. So now, when he came to the throne, he now stopped all of this controversy, because he was a warrior. So he went down into His Majesty's kingdom at the time of Haile Malakot, who is the father of Menelik II. He went down into there and conquered Shoa. I'm talking about Tewodros. And he came with the doctrine from the north, which is the Hulik Lidet doctrine, the doctrine of the two birds, which is the offshoot of Arianism, even though it did not claim, because don't forget, Ethiopia have got the tablet worship, but they've still got the doctrinal in their mind with this tablet worship. and the Hulitlidet doctrine, the two-birth doctrine. So when he now came down and forced people now in the Shoan region to forcibly convert to the Hulitlidet doctrine. Well, and he did that with a Coptic bishop from Coptic Egypt. He brought in a bishop from the Egypt, from the Coptic church in Egypt. This is in 1855, around him time, that's when he came. And he brought them and then pushed the Hulitlidet doctrine on the population. Well then, so Menelik had to go before him with a millstone around him. Oh no, that's Johannes. Right, so then after him then Johannes came into power because he was killed, right, by the British Emperor Tewodoros. When he was killed by the British, Emperor Menelik had escaped and gone back to Shoa and was the king of Shoa, Negus of Shoa. Well, so when he, as a young Negus now, his contender was the person who overtook another northern Solomonite, was Johannes IV, who was Ras Kassa. Ras Kassa was a traitor to Ethiopia, by the way. He's the one who allowed the British to come in and brought Napier's army and guided them through the Semien Mountains to go and take Magdala. We're talking about Ras Kassa. Ras Kassa became Johannes IV. Yes. So he's the one. So when we're all fighting for Magdala, and we're all talking about just the Solomonic line, oh yeah, but there's two different branches of the Solomonic line. He came from the northern branch. Even though they're intermarried and interrelated, they still have got their certain idiosyncrasies. They've got the Hulitlidet doctrine. So when Johannes came to the town now, when he came to town, when I say he came to town, when he came to the throne, he now pushed the Hulitlidet doctrine harder, where he called a conference like the Nicene Council and called all the bishops and everything from all over the place, all over Ethiopia, and called them together to have a council about the same doctrine, the same doctrinal problem. It's been going on for years, right? So now, when he called them about 100 bishops, I think, or 100 priests in Ethiopia, called them to settle this matter. When they called them to settle the matter, when he called the council, so now they're up there having the council about whether there's two doctrines or three births or two births. He said, anybody who wants to say anything about the three births, stand up. So I think it might have been easy. I think it might have even been one of his relations. Stood up and said he believes in the Soslidet doctrine. I can't remember who he was. Was he one of his relations? No, I don't think. I can't remember who he was, but he was somebody. I think he did kill his brother, you know.
Wow.
I think he killed his brother. But anyway, but what he did to this person, when he stood up in the ecumenical council and said he supports the three-birth doctrine, which is Haile Selassie's thing, they took him outside and cut out his tongue. Right? That's what happened to him. And it had happened before as well. It had happened at the time of the Catholic one, the one Fasilidas. Who was before Fasilidas? Fasilidas was the one who overthrew his father, the one who turned Ethiopia into Catholic. What's his name again? But anyway, he cut out somebody's tongue as well. You know, that was the thing. If you go against their doctrine, they cut your tongue out. When he turned people to Catholic, because it's him who caused enough problems, you know, that brother there, around 1600. He converted the people them to Sasenios, yeah man, that's his name, Sasenios. He converted Ethiopia to Catholicism by the sword. Killed about 9,000 of his own people to convert them to Catholicism. You know, he became, and then his son then came to say, how can you do this to your own people, and run him off the throne? And made him repent or whatever, and so his son Basilidas took over and run the Jesuits out the country. That's in 1627, I think. So this is the history of Ethiopia over this doctrine.
Yes.
So Johannes the fourth cut out, when he had the council, he cut out the tongue, and then Menelik had to go before him with a stone around his neck, a penitent stone. That was a thing where they could hang a stone around. And he had to walk before all of his army and go before Johannes and bow to the Hulitlidet doctrine, where they implemented it in all the churches. And he had to go with all his army behind him and everything, and he's walking along with a stone on his neck, around his neck, and it was humiliating. But all of his army were in their beautiful lion clothes and their lion manes, and his army was dressed in proper, regalia for the ceremony. But
so in a sense, when Menelik came to power, then that doctrine came back home then to the throne.
Well, what happened when Menelik came to the throne now, because it was so divisive a subject in the whole empire for so long, he decided not to actually make a change. He said to anybody, whatever you want to be, you're free. If you want to be a Muslim, you can be Muslim. If you want to be, call it that, you be that. The only thing you can't do is kill one another. Anybody, you start fighting over this thing, I'm going to, I'll take care of it. That was Menelik's rule. Well, then His Majesty implemented the same rule, the freedom of religion, freedom of choice of religion in his reign. So it began with Menelik, and His Majesty continued it. But His Majesty and Menelik was the son of Haile Malakot, who was a Soslidet doctrine, who was the son of Haile Selassie, who was a Soslidet doctrine adherent. So these are who the Solomonic kings are, the real ones, with the Soslidet doctrine, where the God in man is in the king.
Yes.
You see, that baptism at their birth is in them. It's not, they're not up there in heaven and you can't reach. It's in the king. So
yes, that's some deep thing, man. I mean, especially from the Ethiopian level, I must say, all the time we're talking about Constantinople and all of that. Yeah, I bring it home, King Ankoma, I don't know what you think. Yeah, I bring it home on a different level there, and interesting too, to see how it, as I said, it comes straight home and
yes,
right in front of us.
Well, brethren, as I as Rastafari, to try and make a sense of these things.
Yes.
And understand why they run Rasta out the church, why they don't want I out of church. You understand me, brethren? Because that's because they're dealing with the Hulitlidet doctrine up to now. And when His Majesty came and changed the church in 1959 and gave the church its autocephalous, he brought it from under the Roman church.
Yes.
It's been under the Roman church for 1600 years.
Yes.
His Majesty brought it from under it. Why did he do it? Because it's Babylon. His Majesty he never come to overthrow the church, he came to change the law in the church, to put justice back in the church, because he's the just man. Kadamari Haile Selassie.
That's the fire we have to soon look to seal up to, I mean,
exactly.
as the Isaac King side, but we might have to continue this one here. It's deeper than maybe we thought. But King Ankoma, you were saying something,
Yeah, man. Well, I want to ask the guest to share again, if you would permit me.
Yes. Yeah, that's you. Hold on. Yeah. Give thanks. Just letting the family know, give thanks again, all those on Radio Anu, International Flavor, Universal Spice. This is Rasta Roundtable coming to you every Thursday evening. It is, Thursday evening, 8 p.m. Just after the Tiger's Nest, and give thanks to the gathering this evening. A very fruitful, upful Very strong discussion, as always, when the brotherhood come together. Yes, and the sisterhood at times. Yes, my lord.
Yes, I will. This image here is a family tree for the Ethiopian lineage now, coming from Saleh Selassie. You know.
In America.
Yeah, what happened if ARCHAEOASTRONOMY was here, you could come and help you with some of the glyphs and things, but I could attempt a quick thing for the item, right? So they're saying here, Sahale Selassie. You understand? Negus Shiwa. So this is a family tree then coming from Saleh Selassie. But I believe that this side here is coming to Selassie lineage now. Understand? You see there, this RS, this Ras, Yar. I couldn't make out this glyph, so it come like we don't need ARCHAEOASTRONOMY, so somebody with a little more experience and thing to decipher this full family tree for we. But I know for sure that at the bottom here it's saying Saleh Selassie Negus Shiwa. You understand? And then, seeing as we're wrapping up, I did come across this account of the death of Arius now. You understand? Until I read it out fast. This is the death of Arius according to Socrates Scholasticus, who was an enemy. He was an enemy of Arius, right? He said, it was then Saturday, and Arius was expecting to assemble with the church on the day following. But divine retribution overtook his daring criminalities. For going out of the imperial palace, attended by a crowd of Eusebian partisans like guards, he paraded proudly through the midst of the city, attracting the notice of all the people. As he approached the place called Constantine's Forum, where the column of porphyry is erected, a terror arising from the remorse of his conscience seized Arius, and with the terror, a violent relaxation of the bowels. And he therefore inquired whether there was a convenient place near, and being directed to the back of Constantine's Forum, he hastened thither. Soon after, a faintness came over him, and together with the evacuations, his bowels protruded, followed by a copious hemorrhage, and the descent of the smaller intestines. Moreover, portions of his spleen and liver were brought off in the effusion of blood, so that he almost immediately died. The scene of this catastrophe still is shown in Constantinople, as I have said, behind the shambles in the colonnade, by the persons going by pointing the finger at the place. There is a perpetual remembrance preserved of this extraordinary kind of death. So that's how the Christian and them chronicle. They say Arius come time in a terrible way there.
That's all that propaganda, boy.
Yeah, that sound like it. Yeah, that sound like propaganda, man.
Yeah, man, that's all. It's all like the hyena writing the lion story there, but
The man then propaganda is Arius.
yeah, it's all very heavy, you know.
You know, family, but one thing, you know, I think we have to really take into this Arianism is that Arius and Arianism is what the Nazi Germany and then man
the Aryans.
I don't think them things related, you know. I think the Aryan what Nazism referring to that they have a Y in it, right? ARYAN. And it's not related to Aryanism, ARIANISM as a religious doctrine. That's a different thing. We have a racial thing from the Aryan people who is like in India and them kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But Brendan, one thing I would say, I know that is a very possibility that is spelled different. And it's called the Aryan model as well, you know, the white supremacy, like Martin Bernard called it the Aryan model. But one thing that really struck me, which really convinced me that there is this link, is the fact that there is a brother who was involved in this thing, which was leading into the semi-Arianism, and his name was Nazianzus. 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 Now that is very, if that isn't something to do with Nazianzus under this brother, and he's come with an Arius doctrine, I would say that whether it's spelled with an I or a Y, it's just a matter of etymology, because when these things sound the same, they're just, that you can spell something IA or you can spell it YA is nothing too difficult with that. I don't believe. And then finding Nazianzus among the history of them people there, and then the Germanic, and the Germanic tribes, hear this now, the Germanic tribes, these were the ones who kept Arius, the Nicene Creed. There was another Nicene Creed approved in 381, and Arianism collapsed at that time. But this is from the Encyclopedia Britannica, by the way. I've done a little research on it today after watching the ICE program pre-COVID. So it said there that up until the 7th century, which is 600 and odd, right, from 600 to 700 AD, the only people who remained with the Arianism were the German tribes. That's what it said here, Germanic tribes. Germanic tribes is north of Greece.
That's the thing with history, because even as the king said, the Indian aspect, I would have come across that it sounds very plausible as such. But then again, King, you hear, especially even some of our same scholars in the Black conscious realm, there's always this link made with Hitler's Aryan doctrine and the Aryan doctrine of Arius. At least that's how I learned it first, to be honest.
Yes.
But that's why research is very key. We have to research more, be a bit more diligent in our research, man. We have family. Any sealing words on both ends for this evening?
I was thinking that the brethren really bring up the Arius controversy. Would have the different points to speak about, you know what I'm saying? But I have the understanding that we in the conscious community have a misunderstanding about what Arius was even talking about in the first place.
I can see that.
And it come like certain writers or certain teachers have subscribed to Arius certain teachings and doctrines what possibly wasn't even his own in the first place, kind of thing. But it might suit them to use the historical device to put forward a certain narrative or something like that, you know what I mean? But yeah, give thanks for the reasoning, and always glad to be inside of the Rastafari round table. Give thanks, Cypher Selassie. Give thanks, Honorable Preciser Rastafari, bless up.
Yeah, it's short this evening, but it's nice. Yes, King Cypher. Any sealing words?
Yeah, we'll give thanks. I think we said a lot about the thing, but what I would like to say, if we could do another program, we could continue this and let me open it like I did today with the little demonstration of the Zodiac, what I did at that time there.
Right.
If I could do something like that, I would like to show the idea mathematically how we can just sort all of this out.
Yes. Yeah, you highlighted a few things even in your presentation, but you didn't start to go into the maths, and I was saying like, wow, the maths will unravel everything for real. But yeah, family, give thanks, and we hoping that next round, as the king said, the brothers that really initiated this reasoning might be in the house, So yes, family, give thanks, life giver and the keeper of life. Selassie Jah.
Rasta.
All right, yes, my Lord, and of course, King Cypher. Praises. I pray that next time you maybe have the other device as you come through.
Yes, man.
Rastafari. Yes, family, give thanks, for such a beautiful reasoning. Give thanks for a wonderful discussion. Remember, it is every Thursday. If you are actually seeing this or hearing this or whatever it is on a replay, well, remember, it is every Thursday on Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice. And of course, that's Radio Anu, that's PriestIsaacInstitute.com every Thursday. And for sure, 8 p.m., that's after the Tiger's Nest. You definitely will run straight into Rasta Round Table. Beautiful reasoning, beautiful sit down. Blessed love, my royal family.
Blessed love, I am the Honorable Priest Isaac. I am an official priest within the realms of Rastafari of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. I also hold a certification in the craft of ARCHAEOASTRONOMY from Politecnico di Milano in Italy. Our universe and its makeup has always been an intriguing subject for humankind. Astronomy is the study of everything in the universe beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Ancient astronomy is similar, but pays special attention to the physical and spiritual values of stars, planets, moons, and other celestial objects. It also brings in the terrestrial component, being things on an earthly plane, such as plants, human organs, and connects them to the heavenly bodies. In this course, you will learn the makeup of various planets and stars, how to locate them in the night sky, along with their associated constellations. You will also be taught about the earliest civilizations known for their astronomical comprehension, namely Kush, also known as ancient Ethiopia, Kemet, called Egypt today, the Dogons, and the Bozos, as well as the civilization of Sumer. You will also learn about black holes, their nature and origin, as well as how the ancients viewed them. Ancient astronomy is the mother of archaeoastronomy and astrotheology. Both subject areas are covered by the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Sign up today. Visit our website, PriestIsaacInstitute.com, or email us, PriestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com for more information.
Welcome to Caribbean Insight. We have an explosion of Caribbean videos lined up for you. Tonight, you'll be experiencing international artists displaying the cultural rhythms of soca, calypso, reggae, dancehall, and salsa. So relax and let's take a ride down the Caribbean.
The Caribbean is seen fundamentally, or Latin America is seen fundamentally, as a collection of banana republics. Our people are not respected. Our sovereignty is dismissed. In fact, some people see us as Neanderthals.
The speeches of our more militant brothers helped to conjugate the arrogance which characterized the U.S. involvement in the Caribbean.
The more than 200 interventions made by the United States, military interventions, since the 1790s, more than 100 of those interventions have been in the Caribbean.
There was Nicaragua in 1928. In Guyana in 1953, Chedi Jagan Uste. Then, in 1954, Guatemala's Jacoby Arbenz overthrown. In Cuba, 1961, Day of the Pigs, attempted invasion. Chile, 1973, Salvador Allende assassinated. In Jamaica, 1980, Michael Manley defeated. And in 1989, the return to Nicaragua. All of these interventions was to stop the spread of communism and increase democracy in the region.
The West Indies, like any other part of the hemisphere, had its share of revolutions. And being the gem of the universe, it has always attracted the great superpowers to its wealth, like sugar, bananas, oil, our gold, bauxite, and even spices. And this attraction has always led to conflict and war in the regions. But in 1970, it became a war of ideologies.
The Caribbean is a very important passageway for our international commerce and military lines of communication. More than half of all American oil imports now pass through the Caribbean. The Cubans, with Soviet financing and backing, are in the process of building an airfield with a 10,000-foot runway. Grenada doesn't even have an air force. Who is it intended for?
According to the formulators of this famous theory, Grenada's international airport is now going to become a military base and will now become a strategic jump-off point from where we can launch an attack on the great, big, powerful, mighty United States. It looks like if we have become a superpower. But the reality of the airport, of course, is well known to all those who make those statements. This airport is an ancient dream of the people of our country.
Welcome to another edition of Caribbean Insight. I'm your host, Lady V. And on this episode of Caribbean Insight, we are commemorating the Grenadian Revolution. First, the Arawaks inhabited the island, and then came the Caribs, from whom the region got its name. When the Europeans first came to the region, many Caribs resisted and were killed. Some leaped to death in the sea rather than submit to European domination. The Europeans fought one another for control of the land, its wealth, and the sea lanes. Some of the territories fell under British, Spanish, French, and Dutch control. But they all suffered from the effects of 400 years of colonial exploitation. The British finally gained control of Grenada and incorporated the island into the colonial system of triangular trade. This system took raw materials and luxury items to Europe and brought finished manufactured goods from Europe back to the colonies. Africans were captured and brought to the colonies as slaves to provide the needed labor. Following the abolition of slavery in 1834, The former slaves were free to work as wage earners on the large estates. These estates were owned by foreign and local elites. But the triangular trading pattern still continued. When the industrial countries suffered under the Great Depression of the 1930s, many Grenadians were forced to go to other islands seeking work.
Castro was waiting.
Some became involved in the trade union and anti-colonial movements, which had sprung up throughout the region. In the early 1950s, one Eric Matthew Gary returned to Grenada from Aruba, and he organized a union for agricultural workers. He used his position to gain political power. And when Grenada became independent in 1974, Gary became Grenada's first prime minister. Eric Gary permitted the economy of his country to continue to serve foreign interest. And he aligned Grenada with some of the most repressive regimes. At the heights of Gary's repression, he sent members of his security forces to Augusto Pinochet of Chile for training in torture techniques. Now, the United States became the dominant force in the region, and it projected Gary as a respectable Caribbean leader. Gary led his people to believe that the key to his success and power came from God.
So Eric Gary projects himself as the only person that stands between God and Grenadians. He said several times that he was only answerable to God.
He made the statement himself.
And so people did not find it very easy to challenge the leader, since the leader was God's representative on earth. He was ruling by divine right.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
And therefore all questions relating to his tenure of office, relating to his abuses and so forth, should not be directed to him, but indeed should be directed to God.
In the midst of Gary's tyranny, he was knighted by the Queen of England.
We did not have to read a Karl Marx to understand what in fact was before our eyes for all our lives.
Under Gary's leadership, the country fell into economic decline. Agricultural production dropped. Unemployment, food prices, clothing, and housing all increased. He was also accused of sexually assaulting and exploiting women who sought work in the public sector. Gary built no new roads, no new schools, and no new infrastructure.
Under Gary, there were roads in the hole rather than holes in the road. So bad was the situation. You know, to take a bus from Grenville to St. George's used to cost a laborer what that laborer would make in a day. Remember people coming down the road, either cursing or crying or, you know, in dismay from the kinds of lack of social services that there were in the country. People were taking out their teeth instead of having it repaired because to fill a tooth was so expensive. I remember the situation facing people for medical care, where people would go and sit for hours and hours and hours.
Anything of ours that had any value, had any worth, anything that we are able to produce that can get some money for, have been shipped away. In a way, it seems as if our whole life, or people, or culture, or being have been made to be shipped away to the metropolitan countries. In that whole process of shipping ourselves away, we have been underdeveloped. We have been consciously underdeveloped, if you can call it that way.
Among agricultural workers, you know, they have to get up early in the morning, go to work, come back, hurry home in the afternoon, and this thing had to go on every day. They lived in houses that were falling down. They couldn't buy adequate food at the end of the week because they were only working from $12 and $15 at the end of the week. And what did they get for it?
These conditions led to widespread anger and dissatisfaction amongst Grenadians. The new Jewel movement became the new opposition party, presenting the people with a platform which clearly outlined a new social and economical system. This approach allowed the people to organize their anger against the Garvey regime and the secret police force, the Mongoose Gang.
You look at the Mongoose Gang, and their job, as given by Garvey, was to harass, intimidate, beat up, and murder anybody who was opposed to Harry Garvey.
On January 21st, 1974, Garvey's secret forces gunned down Rupert Bishop, the father of Maurice Bishop.
Garvey moved in with more and more army forces, and then the guns started firing. I was backed by 4 gunmen. But I passed through because I can't walk faster than a gunshot. There's no use of running.
The unrest continued to mount in the country. And in March 1979, Garvey had plans for the entire NJM leadership.
The plan was that Garvey was going to leave the country on Monday midday, and the instructions that were being left behind was that we should be liquidated. That left us in a position where we had to choose whether to sit and wait for liquidation or whether we should move on the offensive. What we did was that from our positions in hiding, the decision was taken that the next morning we should, at this point in the name of the people, move to seize power from the hands of dictatorship.
It took approximately 24 hours for the revolutionary forces, people who responded to the call of the revolution, to in fact seize political power in our country.
The government of the criminal dictator Eric M. Garvey has been overthrown.
Only a few people were killed during the riots, and the Mongoose Gang was detained. When the news hit the village, the people came out in droves to support their newfound freedom.
All religious rights and freedom are now restored.
Here is the mighty Sparrow, a bona fide Grenadian, letting us know that through it all, we will survive.
From the beginning of time, reaching out in the sublime, in a cold and hostile world, we have struggled to exist in this earthly wilderness, seeking an elusive goal. Many times it seemed that we are fighting a hopeless cause, implying extinction is our lot. Because we were constantly ravaged by scourges and wars. We grind, we quarrel, we complain, but in the end, in not believing or not, we will survive. No matter what the odds, man will survive. Inspired by our cause, it's a hard road we travel, but a triumph we shall. We go toil, we go struggle, cause at the end of it all, fight for survival.
You are watching Caribbean Insight, the only place where West Indian history flows and culture glows.
Hi, I'm Princess Natasha, and whenever I'm in New York, I watch Caribbean Insight.
I'm Kevin King from Barbados. Whenever I'm in New York, there's no other show but Caribbean Insight. Tune in.
We are back on Caribbean Insight, where knowledge is disseminated and information is transcended, as we continue to look back on Grenada.
March 13, 1979, comrades, was a bright new dawn for the people of Grenada and the working people of the Caribbean. That dawn marked the end of the long, dark night of terror and the beginning of a new day for our people.
As Prime Minister, Maurice Bishop said that this revolution is creating a new democracy. It opened up great opportunities for the people to participate in making the decisions which affect their everyday life and the future of their country.
I once thought that a man has a right to love, maybe a woman or something of the sort. But I later learned that a man has a right to love his country first. We slave for a colonial system, a capitalistic, an imperialistic system. But no, we're slaving for ourselves. If you call it slavery, we're slaving for ourselves. It didn't come by an accident. It came through the struggling people of this country with their will to free themselves.
Woe be unto Rhodesia, woe be unto South Africa. You're pushing my back against the wall, calling the stripes of Hannibal. I man decide to put on his boots and march to defend his roots. Say I, calling them Juju, calling them Zulu, shouting Ashanti, calling what to see. South Africa and Rhodesia, blood can run like water. Prepare my brother for the bloody river. Just remember, brother, blood thicker than water. Stay up, Zimbabwe. Stay up, Zimbabwe.
This new freedom also meant facing a reality. The reality of a country in complete economic disarray. Nearly half of the workforce was unemployed. And there was only $24 left in the national treasury.
Well, the revolution means a lot to me.
Everybody putting their hands and hat together.
What's ours is ours. We don't want what America has, or Canada has, or any other country. We want what we have to be ours.
Grenada was on the threshold of a new social economic revolution.
And I feel we're making a lot of progress because they're seeing the country go forward. You could see the action of the people with smiles and things.
3 years after the revolution, the World Bank reported a growth in Grenada's economy. And this was at a time when most of the other countries in the world were. Despite the ongoing hardships, people could see that things were getting better. Over 12,000 people benefited from the housing program. Low-income housing became available for the very first time in Grenada. And healthcare was recognized as a right for all people.
We've had an increase in the number of doctors that are working in the General Hospital, the subsidiary hospitals in Karakupi-Martinique. We have not only had an increase in quantity, but we've had an increase in quality. We've had assistance from a lot of the friendship groups, from a lot of countries, from organizations that comprise not only Grenadians, but other internationalists in solidarity with the revolution in Grenada.
The people are enjoying many more democratic rights and freedoms and are much more involved and participating in the building of our revolutionary process.
Black Stalin and Maurice Bishop were close friends. And when the revolution triumphed, Maurice invited Stalin for the celebrations.
Grenada, Grenada, the black man, thank you. Grenadian teach me my greatest lesson. And who I learn from them, I am sorry. But listen to the lessons Grenadian teach me. Communism or socialism is the same gunhead all of them on. And from the time you team up with them, like Grenada, you're straight on the losing end. My friend, got to stay away from them is all them is confusion. You must have a nuclear weapon just to stay away from them is One is with a gun telling you to vote. One saying to vote and a bomb at your throat. They're saving all their arms and ammo for me and selling the wheat for the enemy. Got to stay away from them is all them is just schism.
Grenada, we thank you. Grenada, you taught us another lesson. And it's only happening where? I hear you. We are in the midst of a Caribbean exodus. And this is the movement of our people, our culture, and our history.
This is me, Shalane Hendrickson Thomas, on Caribbean Insight. And I'm looking and wishing all you fans out there, keep tuning in. It's the best Caribbean soca program right on, and it's happening. Love you. Stay away from drugs.
Greetings and welcome to Maisha Kazini. Today we are honored to have Dr. Jemima Pierre with us, who is going to talk to us about different global events in relation to Haiti. And Dr. Pierre is a professor of global race in the Institute of Race, Gender, Sexuality, and Social Justice at the University of British Columbia. And she's also a research associate at the Center for the Study of Race, Gender, and Class at the University of Johannesburg. She's also the author of a fabulous book that I am still reading, entitled The Predicament of Blackness, Post-Colonial Ghana and the Politics of Race. And she has also authored Race and Africa, Cultural and Historical Legacies. She's also a member of the Black Alliance for Peace, and she writes for the Black Agenda Report. So welcome, Dr. Pierre.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much for having me. So good to be here.
So I want to start with your fascinating book about Ghana. Maybe we could just start with a biography of how did you come to talking about race in Ghana?
Yes, it's a funny story. I actually was doing. I was born in Haiti and grew up in the U.S. From when I was about 8 years old, and so I grew up as a Black immigrant in the U.S. and with all of that terrible things that came with that, especially in Miami, Florida, where I grew up. And when I started graduate school, I was studying Black immigrants in the U.S. and I had lived in Ghana before as an undergraduate student. And I travel. Actually, I've been to Kenya. I've been all over Kenya. I have. I'm dating myself, but this was like in the 90s. I was in Kenya. And so, living there for, dealing with all kinds of things. And then when I started graduate school, I wanted to do African immigrants in the U.S. and thinking about how they're experiencing the U.S. Compared to African Americans, those in the diaspora who've been there a long time. And people kept telling me, well, I didn't know I was Black until I came to the U.S. And I kept thinking, what does that mean? And I've heard that line, that line comes over. It's just like, well, I'm a Black immigrant. I'm Nigerian, and I didn't think about being Black until I was in the U.S. And so I said, okay, this is not what I remember, having lived in Ghana and having had very specific experiences, especially with the differential treatment of white people in Africa compared to myself. And so I said, okay, well, I'm going to go and see if there's no such thing as Blackness or race in Ghana. So I took that and I moved back to Ghana and basically lived there for about 1.5 years and added that to my own experiences, wrote this, and then kept going back and then did a lot of archival research and found out a lot of stuff about Ghana. And one of the key, and Ghana and the whole African continent, but because this was a case study, I focused on Ghana, but this thing has resonance all over. And one of the key things that emerged for me is an idea that I read in actually Mahmoud Mamdani, I know a controversial scholar, his book, Citizen and Subject, where he says apartheid was actually the normal mode of colonialism throughout everywhere, not just in South Africa. And so I was like, this is interesting. And so sure enough, in the archives, you would see, there were colonial cities where you had the white sections, the native sections, the white hospitals. And I even found in archives where the British tried to actually change the name of the hospital towards the end after World War II. It was like, okay, we're going to send a directive from Downing Street saying, we're going to remove European from the name European Hospital. So they knew exactly what they were doing. There's stuff in the archives about how to name these natives. They can't be the same. We can't call them chief. We can't call kings because there's only one king, the King of England, things like that. So it's just really fascinating finding this stuff and then seeing how then, knowing both the history of slavery and seeing how colonialism worked and then seeing how race is very key to the construction of the way that Europeans think about us, but the construction of how we then end up accepting our identity. So then I proved that wrong, that the idea you didn't think they do think they're Black, because the truth is, if me and a white man are standing in line at a bank, in Ghana, and I could be dressed up, the man could be in a dirty shorts and t-shirt, he'll get better service than I am, and that's the reality. And so we know who's Black and we know who isn't.
And that happens too in Kenya. So there's something interesting I heard you say in one of your many talks that colonialism started with slavery, and so did the concept of race. So I wanted us to go back in time, because Ghana did not. The first time race was in Ghana was not during colonialism; it was during the slave trade. So what was the concept of race during the Middle Passage, and in what way did it evolve both in the continent and in the Americas.
Yeah, and what's important to know about race is that it's not something that goes back to time immemorial, right? So this idea, there's always been ideas of difference, right? Difference around language, religion, and so on. But the modern concept of race emerges through the trade in Africans. It's not, one of the famous quote by, Eric Williams, that says, it was slavery that allowed the construction of race. It was slavery, and because what it is you conquer a group of people, you start enslaving them and selling them, and then you create this justification for that action, right? And so in that order, so it's not that there was like anti-Blackness from time immemorial, because the world has always been people mixed and so on and so forth, but this concept of race where it sticks, where Blackness always already means certain things, I think, the modern part emerges from the slave trade, where you start trading in Africans, you have all these groups of people, you bring people together, you buy them, and then you transfer them to a new world. And so all their differentiations are flattened. So the Igbos, the Wolofs, the Akans, put together on the ship, brought to the US, and then they all become Black. Right, so they've all been flattened into, and then you have to basically say they're Black, and then there's they're working on the fields, and in the U.S. and the Americas in particular, you bring in, when slavery began, they first tried it with Native Americans, right, the indigenous populations here. In fact, they even shipped some Native Americans to the west coast of Africa to work on plantations, right? And people don't realize that, right? And so they start with Native Americans. A lot of them would run away because they knew the land, they would die off. A lot of, they decimated the Native American populations. This is what Europeans do. These are the biggest gangsters in the world. Let me just say that, right, the Europeans, let's remember that. And so this is what they did. They decimated the native population. And so then they had white indentured servants, right, that had 5-year, 7-year periods, the poor from Europe to come and work the fields, because they're stealing land from the indigenous people and they need to work the land, but they don't have they need the labor for the land. So finally they start bringing in Africans, because they're already a trade. There's trans-Saharan slave trade, right? And Indian Ocean slave trade. Start bringing Africans, but Africans look distinct. They're not from that land, so they can't necessarily run away. After a while, they write laws to say slavery is in perpetuity and for your family. So there's a lot of ways where they basically consolidate slavery as something that's just about people from Africa. And so Africans become enslaved. And then now you have to say, well, these are human beings, right? So how can you say you're a Christian and you're enslaving human beings? Well, you come up with racial science, which is the emergence of physical anthropology, right? That basically says that, these people are not even the same species. So there were two groups. One of them, like the monogenous, people who believed like in one God, one human group, and then people believed in one God and multiple species, right? So there were people who were saying Africans were actually not even the same species as other groups, right? That they were like different species and they're not really part of the same human race. There's some people that said, well, we're part of the same human race, but some of, they're just backwards and they're like children that haven't, made it yet. So you have an intellectual apparatus that actually used to buttress the actual material realities of enslavement on the ground. So this is happening in the 1700s, the 1800s. So by the time you have actual conquests, after 1885, when the Europeans got together in Berlin and decided to partition the African continent, by this time you already have missionaries, right, on the ground. Also, Christianity was part of enslavement, right? They used the Bible to justify slavery. So by the time they go back to colonize the African continent, right, ideas about racial difference, ideas about Black inferiority has already been set, and that's been global. So even in places that didn't have people enslaved, that didn't participate in the trade completely, they all become victims to this racialization of equating Black people, Africans, with inferiority, both cultural inferiority and intellectual inferiority, and as only being seen a particular way. And so this is what we're seeing in terms of thinking about it. So colonialism is not where ideas of race started. Colonialism is a consolidation of ideas of race in terms of taking over African land. and then ruling people, so-called pacifying the population to get them to accept their colonization.
That's really important because I saw a Kenyan saying that, slavery doesn't concern me because my ethnic group was not enslaved, so that has nothing to do with my concern about colonialism. But it's actually, you're saying the ideas about race justified the colonial project.
Right, slavery, allowed the emergence of the modern notion of race. But slavery also funded the colonial project, because without the slave trade, you would not have the Industrial Revolution. And I urge everyone to read Eric Williams' book, Capitalism and Slavery. Without slavery, you will not have the development of capitalism and the Industrial Revolution in Europe that then gives them the tools, right? It's slavery that actually helped shipbuilding, helped navigation skills, because they had to keep getting better at transporting Africans, the millions and millions and millions of Africans they brought over. And then it's slavery that actually allowed insurance policy, the insurance companies, because they had to insure their property, right? It is slavery that allowed the emergence of banking and particular kinds of banking and trading and so on and so forth. So it's slavery that really gave a push to the rise of capitalism, and that led to the Industrial Revolution, that then allowed the Europeans to become manufacturers, to actually come up now with medicines, navigation skills, so that they can actually enter the African continent. Because before, they were stuck on the coast. They were dying like drones trying to get inland, right? Yes, and so it is the boom, the money, free labor from the slave trade that makes their industries grow, that then gives them the power to come back. Then they construct the gun, the Maxim gun, right, which is the first automatic gun that can shoot down people. It allows them the medicines that they create, that then, quinine, that then allows them to actually survive malaria, so they go inland. It is slavery that gives them all the basis, that gives them the foundation to actually be able to go in and colonize the African continent. So we have to remember that. But it's also slavery that gives them the idea that Africans are less than. Because if they didn't have these ideas, the way that they go in, what King Leopold did to Congo, right? And people don't talk about that, right? King Leopold killed what?
10
more than 10 million, 20 million Congolese and got away with it, right? Yeah. And then I bet you most people don't know, for example, the first genocide of the 20th century is Germany's Second Reich in Namibia, the Herero and Namakwa people, right? This is 1908, right? So this is before Hitler. If African lives mattered, Leopold would be more reviled than Hitler. We have to be clear about this, right? And so it is, the reality is that by the time they get to the African continent, the ideas around Black people, I don't care if your family was not enslaved or your ethnic group, the idea of an ethnic group is constructed and reconstructed according to European needs, right? Yeah. So we have to remember that.
So can we go to Haiti now? Maybe you can tell us what was the position of Haiti in the whole slave economy, and how did the revolution emerge? It's a long question. And what did that revolution do to the whole, what you're calling the intellectual apparatus of race and Black people?
I'm glad you're asking this. I just taught this in my class last week, so it's fresh. But the first place that Christopher Columbus, the person that supposedly discovered America, was Hispaniola, the island, which is now Haiti. That there's two countries in it. So that's the first place. Haiti is central to the modern world because this is the first place the Europeans landed when they tried to conquer the Americas. They landed there, and then there was a fight. Yes, so Hispaniola is where Christopher Columbus first landed. They they killed the Taino people, the indigenous folks on the land. And then later on, the French and the Spanish fought and decided to split the island. So the French took the left part of the island, and then the Spanish took the eastern, the west, the French took the west, the Spanish took the east. Haiti, which was called Saint-Domingue, was French's colony, was the richest colony during slavery. It provided half of the world's coffee. It provided, I think, more than 40% of the world's sugar. It was called the Pearl of the Antilles by the French. It was their biggest money maker. And the reason was that was the case was that slavery there was absolutely brutal. The lifespan of the average African that was brought in was 5 to 7 years, which meant that from 5 years from the moment you landed to the moment you died, right? Because it was cheaper for them to keep importing Africans than it was to actually treat them good enough, enough for them to actually live long and have children and reproduce. And that's a very different model than the US model, where they depended on a domestic production, replicating. So people had children and the children became enslaved. So this was most of the enslaved population in the US were actually, they were like Creole, right? They were born in the US and so on and so forth. Unlike the Caribbean and even parts of Latin America, I bet you people don't know, for example, the US had the least amount of enslaved Africans. It was actually Brazil, Haiti, and places like that. So anyway, so Haiti, Saint-Domingue, it was called Saint-Domingue at the time. French is the most, the richest colony, is making Haiti very rich. At the time then you had, at the time of the revolution, and the other thing is Africans have always resisted. So they were always resisting before they got on the boat, got there. There were always, there were population that would go resist and run, hide into the mountains and never come back. And some of them would have to, and then they would fight guerrilla war against the colonial masters, and then the colonial masters would have to actually sign a deal with them to leave them alone. So you had that. But at the beginning of the Haitian Revolution, what you have is a population that was 500,000 Africans, most of them born on the African continent, about 30,000 French, and 30,000 mixed race people or free blacks. Those a few that were able to buy their freedom. This is also distinct from the US. This is how race is always made up, because in the US, if you have one black parent, they call you black. Even if you have like black blood from like great-great-grandparent, they'll call. So that's how they increased their enslaved population. So they made mixed race people, they turned them all black, right? They're like, you're black. So they increase. Whereas in the Caribbean, they mixed race people in some parts of it, right? They were allowed to be free, right? Especially, and this is mixed race people, resulting of rape of African women by the enslavers, right? But in the Caribbean, some of them owned slaves themselves, right? And they owned the wealth of their fathers. So the population was 500,000 Africans, 30,000 whites, and 30,000 free people, colored. The French Revolution happens, and the French people, the colonists, they're like mad at the French Revolution because they want their own rights. They want to do like the US did, right? Pull away from the colonies. So this is happening. The mixed race population saw themselves as French. So they're like, well, if this revolution happened, we want our rights. We want to be equal to the rights. We don't want to be second tier. They also did not like the Africans. The revolution, they send a delegation to France during this revolution. It's happening, they kill the king and all of this stuff. They refuse to recognize them, give them full rights, right? So they come back and they're mad. So then they decide to join, because this is the time they decide to, so they're trying to fight this.
Sorry, so you're saying the mixed race went to France to take part in the French Revolution.
To advocate for their rights to not be second-class citizens.
Well, were they hoping to be like,
get the same rights as the whites, right? To not be discriminated against, yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. And so, but they were rebuffed, right?
Yes.
And so, it's really interesting because all these things had to come together. They weren't rebuffed. We don't know what could have happened, right? But at the same time, all this is happening. They're talking about, rights of man and this and that. These French, despite the fact that they're all enslavers, right? But they're talking about, revolution and liberté, égalité, fraternité, and all this stuff. And meanwhile, the Africans are like, okay, this is the time we strike. So the Africans start rebelling. And so they did not even, the rest of them are fighting for this. And Africans were like, well, we want liberty as well. And so the revolution begins in 1791, where they turn, and they must have, they had a ceremony a voodoo ceremony that led, and then all the farms got together, they killed their masters, burned down the plantations, and it was war. And it was a guerrilla war for 13 years, right? Wow. And then when Napoleon Bonaparte, the Napoleon Bonaparte, at the time had the most powerful military in the world. At first, the French Revolution, the foes of the revolution tried to give in, and then they're like, okay, well, fine. What do you want? They're like, we want the end of slavery. So they said, okay, we're going to remove slavery from the rest, for all the French-speaking islands. But then Napoleon decided, no, this is not going to happen. Mind you, the Haitians are fighting against the British, because once the British see the Haitians are revolting, they pull in, try to steal France's land, right? So then they fought the British, then they end up fighting the Spanish, they fought the Americans. So at the end of the day, when Napoleon is like, okay, this cannot happen, 1801, 1802, he sends an armada of like 40 to 50,000 military soldiers and show up at the island to take back the island.
That's a ship?
Right.
Okay.
Ships, yeah. But yeah, what, 40,000, 50,000 soldiers to take over the island. And he loses 2/3 of his soldiers. And this was the most powerful army in the world. He loses all. So a lot of them, people like, it was sick. It was sickness. Of course, there's malaria and so on and so forth. This is also Haitians fighting back, because at this time they're armed, right? And if you go to Haiti, in the citadel, in the top of the mountains, there's a citadel, a huge fortress that the Haitians built. And inside you can see all the cannons that they got from the different European powers during the revolution, like from the French, from the Spanish, from the English, and so on, right? So at the end of, so they routed, it was a scorched earth policy. They defeated the French. Napoleon leaves. So they retreat. And in retreating, Napoleon sold this huge territory that it had in North America called the Louisiana Territory. Before the US only had the eastern side. Napoleon sold that. So after losing Haiti, Napoleon gave up the dream of having an empire in the Western Hemisphere and sold the Louisiana Territory for $9 million, which was very cheap, which tripled the size of the US overnight. So because of the Haitian Revolution, the US got bigger. And France lost out. But at the same time, what the Haitians did in 1804 when they declared victory, they said they got rid of slavery, they got rid of colonialism, and the Constitution said no white man shall ever come back to this country to own land and rule over us. So that was in the Constitution, that no white foreigners can own land in Haiti, right? And then they called the country Haiti based on the original indigenous name, Haiti, right? So the Haitian Revolution was caused it's funny, people learn about the American Revolution, the French Revolution, not the Haitian Revolution. But the Haitian Revolution actually transformed the world, because it's the first modern nation that was built on the basis of non-racism, no colonialism, and none of that. So it was like, this is a true nation rights of man. Remember, this is 1804. There's still slavery in the US. There's still slavery all throughout the Caribbean and Latin America, right? So, and because of that, it's the first modern nation, second independent nation in the hemisphere after the US.
Yeah.
So Haiti's almost as old as the US, right? And then basically it destroyed notions of white superiority and and idea that whiteness is inevitable. Whiteness is greatness and Black inferiority is forever. And I think that's key, because what happens is that Haitians have been paying for that ever since, because after the Haitian Revolution, there are all kinds of, revolts all over, and they were completely afraid. So if you read old texts, they'll say like, we don't want another Saint-Domingue. We don't want another Saint-Domingue. We don't want what happened to Haiti to happen in our colonies. So then it actually made life worse for the other populations that were enslaved in the Caribbean and Latin America. But the other thing is, Haiti was embargoed, right? Because it was by itself. They're in this scorched earth. They had to burn down everything. So here they are. The U.S. nobody recognized them. So there's this land of formerly enslaved Africans who had to kill everything to win. And then now no one wants to, because the Europeans run the world, no one will trade with them. right? And then at the same time, they're being challenged. Every few years, the French would send a bunch of ships, try to shoot them up. And so at the end, you had one of these mulatto leaders, mixed race leaders in South Haiti, where they decided then to enter in a deal with France in 1825 to get recognition so they can have some trading. France said the only way we'll give you recognition if you pay us back for the lost property, which means that the Africans had to pay the French for their freedom.
Yeah.
But then the French did that by showing up surrounding the island with gunboats. Right? And at this time, these people are tired, they're hungry, and they're tired of fighting. And so he says, okay. And so they had to pay France back the equivalent of today, I think it's like $25-something billion, right? In gold. In fact, they couldn't pay, they had to take a loan from France to pay France back. And they did not finish paying this till 1947, 120-something years later. So if you want to know the history of Haiti, this is it. The US did not recognize Haiti till 1862, right? And so on.
So what did that mean in terms of the kind of ideas about race and specifically about Haiti that the Western powers were determined to spread? You know, what was it that they were doing to Haiti after 1865? You know, how does that fit in the logic of race?
Oh, well, yeah. The way that the Europeans represented the revolution was that a bunch of savages were going out there killing our whites, right? Killing our rights and raping our women, right? I mean, because that's the narrative, right? Especially, you know, if it's happening in a Black country or brown country or Muslim country, it's like they're killing our whites, they're killing our women, and they're raping our women. So the representation of the Haitian Revolution in the Western press was horrendous. It was like these savages, you know, they had these pictures of like, you know, monsters looking Blacks eating whites and, you know, stuff like that. So if you read like even the New York Times, right, from like the late 1800s, the representation is the same. So everybody has this idea that the Haitians went on a rampage, raped all the white women, killed all the men, which is actually not true. The fascinating part though is like, if we represented the brutality of slavery, the way that they talked about this revolution, because what kind of system where somebody can only live 5 years because they worked them to death? Or the fact that you have a huge mixed race population because the women are being raped. So the brutality of slavery gets lost, right? So what they focus on is the revolution. And then so Haitians, you know, down to like when the US occupied Haiti from 1915 to 1934, Citibank went into Haiti with the help of the US Marines, took $500,000 worth of gold out of Haiti's bank, put it on a boat, and shipped it to New York. Right. And so what's fascinating is just like, it's been this kind of story of looting from the West from the very beginning. But in terms of race, the representations of Haitians from before, but actually, especially after the revolution, is one of savages. And then they've been, and because Haiti has always been, you know, the French, you know, try to take control, and then the US occupied Haiti, and the US has been in charge, taking control of Haiti from then, right? You know, people resist all the time, but the US has done this. And then it's about the story of like these people who can't govern themselves, who need help, you know, and if you don't do something about them, they're gonna go back to the savagery. And if you read some of these things, it's like, they're like, modern institutions don't fit these people. Their savagery is like the savagery of Africans, because that's how they thought about Africa as well, right? So Haiti, even within the Caribbean, is seen as like too African to be modern. Like Haiti is like the African country of the Caribbean.
I wanted to go to that because you mentioned that the Haitians, many of them were born in Africa. So did that conception of race stick partly because most of the people had just come directly from the continent?
Any link to Africa and Blackness is always a link to stereotypes of savagery, whatever. Even now, it's fascinating. You know, when Ebola exploded in West Africa back in like 2017, 2018, the cover of the papers here were like a monkey, a chimpanzee, right? Because it's just like, did the Africans get it through interactions with the monkeys? You remember all the stereotypes around AIDS? They were saying Africans were having sex with monkeys, right? So the stereotypes about Africans, it's not just about Haiti. And that's why I want Kenyans to know.
Yes.
You might think you're Kenyan, or you might think you're Kikuyu or Luo. To the rest of the white world, we are Black and we are savages.
The whole lot of us.
Yes. When there's a quote, and I have to find it, and I'll email it to you. Ronald Reagan, they released his secret phone calls during a independence celebration from something. And he said, and he's talking on the phone, he's like, yeah, I just saw the most amazing thing. It's just like, these monkeys, it looks like it's talking about African leaders, right? He's like, it's like these monkeys just learned, they're still not used to wearing shoes. This is Ronald Reagan, US president, on a private call with his buddy, a recorded call. So we have to know, that we have distinctions, but the views about Blackness and Black people and Africans remain. And they follow us despite the fact that slavery ended almost 200 years ago, right? So if I go to Telegram and I'm watching, I read news and stuff like that. Anytime there's an African thing represented, people put banana emojis, right? But look at how they treat African players in Europe. Look at the monkey chants.
Yeah.
In Eastern Europe in particular, look how Ukraine treated Africans at the beginning of the war. So we cannot be naive to not understand the way that race and anti-Blackness plays in the way, which is why Africa is at the bottom of every single, global hierarchy, right?
So I heard you talking about the way even African countries and Caribbean countries got sort of imbibed the same ideas about Haiti. Around when was this happening, and what were the dynamics of that? That really shocked me and saddened me, but it's something we need to talk about. So how is it that Haiti got this bad rap among fellow Caribbeans and also African countries?
Right, but we have to think about the fact that our governments from right at independence became neo-colonial governments. And I think, you had radical leaders who were killed or deposed, and then everyone else that replaced them are not. So we used to have like people like Walter Rodney, C.L.R. James, all these people from the Caribbean, right? You don't have those. What you have are neo-colonial replacements that are amenable to the West. But the views around Haiti goes back a long time, because if you think about it, the US occupied Haiti, and the images, during the occupation, the US, there was a resistance movement to occupation, which is a 19-year occupation, which was brutal. It enforced forced labor to build stuff. And it was like, the US still had Jim Crow, which is apartheid racism. So they sent the soldiers from the South to occupy Haiti from 1915 to 1934. There's so much racism. And, do you know that Haiti is the first place where the US dropped bombs from the air onto villages who were fighting against the occupation? This is the first time the US used aerial bombardment. So we're the experiment, right? Fighting against occupation, a racist occupation. But I think there's a combination of, religion, language, race, education, right? So Haitians have seen as so Africans, and our the Vodou religion, which is one of many, is seen as savage and too African. And so people always use it as a way to say these people are like these savages. They're doing these African traditional religion, and they speak this weird language, which is a Creole, which is not, most people don't speak it. And then the Francophone, the former French colonies in the Caribbean, chose not to take independence. So they're all still colonies of France. I mean, they don't want to call themselves colonies, but that's what they are, right? And they speak French, right? French. We speak Creole. They speak French, right? So there's a way that Black folks have believed everything they hear about Haiti. Because look, who teaches you? If you think about the education system, I know for a fact that Kenya's history books were outsourced, written by this company that's, a lot of them not even in the US, in Kenya. I know this for a fact in Ghana, for example, they're still writing books about the positives and negatives of colonialism. That's what people are learning. That's crazy. Besides that, and then, and I know Haiti got into, Haiti has had the bad rap from the very beginning in terms around, especially you have religious people, the Vatican has a very terrible view of Haiti. Like when I was doing my research, you read WikiLeaks papers in the Vatican's like this, Aristide, which was the most popular president of Haiti, is just like, well, he's not really a Catholic. He's like a voodoo priest and so on and so forth. And then you have Pat Robertson after the earthquake, blamed the Haitians for their satanic practices for the earthquake. And people believe that. I'm like, if white people are such gods, is this the kind of God you want? The God that can go around and kill everybody? What kind of God is it that tells you need to drop bombs on Gaza and kill 4,000 babies? What kind of God tells you that you can go and drop an atomic bomb in Japan and kill 200,000 people at once? What kind of God tells you that it's okay to kill 1 million Iraqis because you think they had weapons of mass destruction? What kind of God is that? That's not the kind of God I want. That allows God, if this is that kind of vengeful God, are you saying so only Haitians are bad enough because of a religion that they deserve an earthquake that kills 200,000 people? But Americans have been killing people how many years, how many millions of people, but they don't get anything? And that God is a fair God? I mean, we have to actually really think about these things. Look, I know my Bible. My father is a minister, so I actually know my Bible very well, right? And I grew up in the church. But we have to actually know the history of Christianity and the role of Christianity in constructing these ideas about Blackness and Black people and African savagery, because the missionaries actually were first before the colonialists came. And it's the missionaries, we have to remember, that also helped in creating ethnic identities. Because you know why? When you know why they call translation reduction?
I heard that for the first time from you, that they called translation reduction of language.
You're reducing the language. The missionaries get there. There are all kinds of different languages happening. And they're like, well, we need to standardize so that we can understand, so that we can teach God. So what do? They narrow the language, which means that they leave out so much. You lose language. And in narrowing the language, they create ethnic identity because they tell you, this is what your language is.
Oh my God, I'd not seen that. And in some places in Kenya, there was certain languages that were standardized and imposed on other areas of Kenya. And it created so much bitterness.
Exactly.
It's still there.
And so you have a beauty of different people, different languages, different people interacting over centuries before colonialism. And all of a sudden we're and then look, ethnicities were not closed groups. They were always transforming, people were mixing, moving, and so on and so forth. Now all of a sudden we're all Luo, we've always been Luo. We're all Kikuyu, we've always been Kikuyu, and we're like this. No, you were changing. Colonialism stopped the transfer of cultures and languages and so on. It froze us.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, we come to, that was the point that I just found so difficult emotionally to grapple with. What's the interaction between colonialism and ethnicity? And I don't know if you could comment on this thing that Terence Ranger wrote about the invention of tradition. Just break it down. What was that?
Well, I mean, the reality is colonialism was very much part of the idea of constructing ethnicities in order to control, right? It's perfect divide and rule. And Terence Ranger, I mean, he became famous for that. The invention of tradition is that everything that people are like, oh, this is traditional, we've always done this. He's like, no, some of these things were invented. And, what's off mine, I think I was telling you this before we started recording, is I just taught this article on colonization and the construction of race in India, and how the British decided to split, had these stereotypes of like the Aryan race, and so the Hindus were linked to that, and then the martial race, which is like the Sikhs. And then they're saying that before the British invented the martial race, these people were living together. So it was like they're in the same areas, living together, intermarry. And then they told the Sikhs that you guys are the martial race. And so we're going to use you as like our military, our proud military boys. They moved them into like separate living areas. They told them they can only practice certain religion and so on and so forth, right? So they policed what you can and cannot do. It's not that there were no agency among Africans, but there's a way that power, the European power actually impacted which ethnic groups, some ethnic groups had fights of succession where the colonialists could come in and be like, okay, well, we're not going to do this. We're going to put this person in charge instead and keep it moving. Or, let this line, this family line die off, pay off one group and so on and so forth. And so you do have the construction of ethnicity in that way. And that's not to take away from the fact that people have their own cultural traditions. It's to talk about the reality of conquest, where you have a foreign group come in and determine which of your traditions that they will allow to happen and which they won't, which they think is possible and which they think, they don't need, which they need to erase so that they have you fighting one another, make you think that you're so different from one another so that they can rule. I mean, that's the perfect example is the Hutu and the Tutsis in Rwanda, where the Belgians came in and told the Tutsis that they were European based on the Hamitic hypothesis, right? Look, like mind you, these people have been living together and mixing. All of a sudden, it's like, look, Tutsi, you're tall, you got the narrow features of the European, you must be better. Let's give you all the better, better jobs within the thing, and let's suppress the Hutus. And then the Tutsis believe it, right? And you've constructed a society where you have one group which has been living together with the other for hundreds of years, all of a sudden hate each other, right? And then biologize that difference. So all of a sudden, oh wow, I can tell what a Hutu looks like when you didn't before. So it's just, that's what I mean by the construction of ethnicity. But what the kicker is, it's a racializing move. And people don't understand that because people say, well, ethnic differences, this race thing.
It was a bit hard to get. Because you were saying that through ethnicization, we are also racializing. And could you then extend that to where you were saying Africa is racialized through these ethnicities, but they don't want to talk about race. So,
right.
Yeah,
the idea is people think race is racial conflict, right? So to think about race, you think about Black Americans fighting against racism, fighting against apartheid. They think about South Africa, but they don't think about race as like something that's a process that you're always making, right? So the U.S. constructed race, like I told you earlier, that in the U.S., if you have one drop of Black blood, if you have a great grandparent that is African, you're Black. That's constructing race.
Yes.
In the US, they call Egyptians white because they say European culture begins in Egypt because they claim Egypt for themselves. So the US racial thing, Middle East, Iran, Egypt, all these things, they are listed as white in the US racial dynamic, right? So race is constructed. Race was used in the African continent through African and Asia and Latin America to some extent, through ethnicity. And what you do is you go in and if you look at the archives, you'll see how the British in particular define native. So they first come in and they're like, all these different groups, we're just gonna call them natives. And the natives are distinct from the Europeans, right? So you nativize. So all these mixed people, that's what they did in South Africa. They made them natives. So before they were different groups or whatever, they're like natives, but natives are Black and African. And then so there's a hierarchical order, white, European, and Europeans themselves also become white, right? Because at first they're all fighting each other. Europeans spent hundreds of years fighting each other, right? But colonization gave them whiteness because they're constructing whiteness against Blackness, against the Africans and the other people that they're beating. So you have that. You have the Europeans and the natives, right? So that's a racial distinction. But within the native group, people are mixing and so on and so forth. They're like, okay, they're all natives. We're not going to call them, we see them all as the same, but we're going to give them distinctions based on what we need, right? So we help construct, we have solidified some ethnic groups. We help dissolve some. We bring in chiefs when we need. We create chiefs, and that's what Terrence Ranger was talking about. We bring in chiefs when we need chiefs to create chiefs. So the construction of ethnicity is not something that occurred in a natural way. It was something that was pushed along and used and mixed and so on and so forth by the colonialists to have the effect that they needed. So they had one group fighting against the other and used one group to do one thing and another. So the construction of ethnicity, they were all natives. They never on par with the Europeans. So that to me, nativization, constructing all Africans as natives, is a racializing move. And even so you construct them as all Africans. There might be different Africans here and there, but all Africans have particular sets of cultural attributes that Europeans don't, right? Mm-hmm. So you don't talk about tribes with Europe, you talk about nations. But with Africans, you talk about tribes, right? You construct names, right? So you don't say kings, you say chiefs, right? Because diminutive, right? People still talk about tribal this, tribal that. What was Germany and France? I mean, and the Belgians, these were like tribe people coming together. But even in the naming, right? It's a racializing move because by saying a group is a nation and another group is a tribe, you're saying tribe is less than the nation, right? Because why don't you say Yoruba nation? No, you say Yoruba tribe.
That's what's okay. I'll come back to that nation tribe distinction. You make a very interesting point in your book about the way Africans don't want to see themselves as racialized in the global order, and they escape to tribe or ethnicity as a way of avoiding that conversation. So I don't know if you could elaborate on that, because it was such a mind-blowing point that I couldn't, because it explained to me, like I was telling you before we started recording, why you can hear sometimes Kenyans of an ethnic group talking about Kenyans of another ethnic group in a way that sounds like white supremacy. That group is still stuck in tradition. They are not civilized. They don't like education like us. They don't like business. And yet, these are Africans talking about themselves. So how does that happen?
Well, I mean, you got to go back to the Hutus and Tutsis, right? We've bought into the stereotypes that were created about us, right? The same way that you have Africans believing that Haitians are only gang members and they're going around killing each other. We bought into that, right? So it's been, at this point, it's been like 50 years since political independence, quote unquote, right? So you have that, right? These are constructed over time and they solidify, and people then end up buying into it. And you still use the same books that the anthropologists wrote about you. Yes. So it's fascinating to me. When I'm in Ghana in the bookstore, what I see was it continental? Continental always means European, right? Yes. There's like literature is European, everything else is marked. So the normalization of what Europe is we've accepted it, right? So continental food is not African food, even though I'm on the African continent. It's European food, right? It refers to classical is European classical. It's not even like local stuff, right? Yeah. And so my thing is like what you're learning in school is what the anthropologists wrote about the Luo, the Nuer, the Dinka. And they wrote it in the context of extreme racism and seeing Africans as less than. So this notion of civilized, the Luos less civilized, the Kikuyus less civilized, so and so less civilized, comes from the European textbooks that we then learn to believe about other Africans. And I'm like, if we don't move outside of that, because the truth is when you leave Kenya, even within Kenya, you see that white people are treated better, lighter skinned people are treated better, non-Black people are treated better in a lot of places, There's a hierarchy in the world, no matter how rich you are in Kenya, there's a hierarchy in the world when you travel. You have to ask yourself, why is it? Is there something internally wrong? Because I think the problem is a lot of people believe that there's something internally wrong with them, as opposed to seeing how the world has been constructed in the 500 years to uphold Western European white hegemony and keep everyone else down. And so people will buy it because it is white supremacist. When you say this tribe, so-called tribe, because I hate that word, this so-called ethnic group is, needs more culture, needs more education. It's using the language of race. Right, because the language of race, what it does is take these basic differences and make them about like something that's natural and biological, so that these differences, by the way I look, by the way I talk, then can tell you about my intelligence, about what I can and cannot do. That's what race is. Race is using basic physical appearance and giving it a biological read, right? So these kinds of distinctions are those that have been created over years that then we've bought into, because we bought into white supremacist logic of understanding the world, which is why we think white people look better, which is why people bleach, right? Which is why we think, we need to straighten our hair and go blonde and all of that stuff, even though blonde and blue eyes are recessive genes. I mean, that's the reality, right? And so, it's just, we bought into it.
Okay. One of the struggles I had when I was reading your book was you were saying that African academics and African intellectuals, they don't want to see Africa as racialized, and so they collapse into ethnicity and culture. Just explain that operation, because sometimes I would feel I've understood it, but then after a while I don't understand it, because African intellectuals, at least in Kenya, when we are trying to oppose racism, we oppose it through culture, through ethnicity. We don't talk about race. So, and we say that that's how we are proud of our African cultures. But when we are saying that, we are talking about specific ethnicities, and yet ethnicities were constructed by colonialism. So what's going on there? That's the part I was really struggling.
Yeah, and I wasn't talking about African scholars as much as Africanists, which are white people who study Africa. Okay. Right. Yes. And so okay. That, I do think some African scholars fall into that as well, because, we're all trained by the same people, right? You can't publish if you're part of we know there's a hierarchy in African studies because it's white folks who study African, except, that's why there's like the African Studies Association of Africa, which had to be created to bypass the African Studies Association. So we know this. But I do think there's a way that people don't understand how race works. People think of race as racial apartheid, racial friction. So they think of race as something that, like I keep saying, and I know it's hard to understand, they think of race as something only like Hitler, right? Using Nazism. They think about apartheid South Africa, right? Where you had the past system and stuff like that. And they think of the US and African Americans.
Yes.
And so they see race as always already only race conflict, like there's fight. And I'm saying race is always made and being made. It's made through slavery and a colonial project, because it is a colonial project that constructed Africans as so distinct from Europeans, like they could never be equal, right? But anthropology has played the predominant role in constructing in Africa, right? Without anthropology, there's no Africa as we know it. And without Africa as we know it, there's no anthropology. And the thing, what anthropology did was saying, well, what's happening in Africa is internal. It's like these tribal warfares, these tribes, these ethnicity, even to this day. So even though you have IMF, World Bank plans, you have all these World Bank people going in and say, we need to come up with, good governance plan. We need to deal with corruption. We see this as something that's internal to Africa, not linked to a long history of colonization and conquest and the making of African difference as given. Right? So the assumption, what's racialized is the fact that from the approach to Africa, Africa's already seen as less than, right? You go into the African continent, there are already assumptions about African culture, African capacity, right? So this capacity building that you all, people like to use. the stakeholders, capacity building, all that language. What's capacity building? What does that tell you? That these people don't have the capacity and we have to build it. Mm-hmm. And it's always in reference to Africans. What is it? What's good governance? Right? That these people cannot govern. So ideas about Africans are based on racial assumptions of African inferiority. And people don't want to believe that. So you can say, and so that's race. It's like Europeans constructing this notion of Africans. Look, people have to think, it's always the same set of stereotypes about Africans. It's like monkeys. So why is it that people in Bulgaria will be doing monkey chants? Because everybody has a similar tropes. So we have to wonder no matter what you are, what ethnic group you are, everybody has a very similar tropes. They don't make a distinction, right? Mm-hmm. They don't distinguish between the Wolof and the Akan and the Dinka. They see Africa because Africa means a certain thing. And the reason Africa means a certain thing, because anthropologists studied Africa as if it was a bunch of tribes that had no central government, that they were behind, that they were, not modernized. This is what whole modernization theory comes from in the 70s, right? Yeah. That you needed to modernize Africans. And so you construct Africans as just tribes and culture, which to me is a construction of race, because they're not nations. Nations have governance. They have governments. Africans are like a bunch of people, living in disparate villages, not taking into account that the reason Africa was like that by the time the Europeans colonized, because the slave trade devastated the continent.
Mm-hmm. Mm. So does transferring the term nation to what was previously called ethnicity, does that resolve the problem? That's what has happened in Kenya. People have said, because we were called tribes and that's a bad word, we will now use the word nation to describe ethnicity. So does that address the problem?
No, it doesn't, just because the problem has become structural, right? Because at this point,
yes.
Right, so at this point, changing the name doesn't change the structure, and so, there needs to be a complete dismantle of the world order. I mean, I know that sounds grand, but look, it would not be an equal world because the world order is so unequal. Why is it, for example, that people accept that the UN is a democratic institution when you have 5 members that are permanent, that make all the decisions, and these 5 members, there's no Africans there. They allow the Africans to rotate in on the little Security Council. The majority of the world can vote something. If one member of the UN Security Council says no, it won't happen. And the 5 members of the European the Security Council is structurally European because the Brits, the French, and the Americans all have the same size, the white side. I mean, all the structures of the world are there to uphold whiteness and white supremacy. The WTO, the IMF, the World Bank, ICC, all of that. So, but that's based on this 500 years of European control through slavery and colonialism. So until we recognize that, and until we recognize the place of Africans and Black people in that world order is at the very bottom, we can't move ahead. And until we don't think through that our own identity, our own education system, the way we teach our kids, the way we read, what we read, because we don't read, people don't even read some of the more radical literature, like Claude Ake. There's a whole radical people writing about social science as imperialism. People don't even read that radical African literature from the 70s. They read Europeans writing about Africans, and then they take those Europeans, they cite them, and then they write, and then they accept those identities, those identifications. And so the truth is, that's where we are. And it's just like, so calling yourself nation, but still believing the idea that this tribe is something that goes back from time immemorial is a problem. Because then what it does is you don't realize that it's colonialism that actually froze this notion of tribe in place. It did not allow for movement and change and innovation and so on.
So in your book, you talk about de-ethnicization when you're talking about Ghana and the pitfalls of independence, de-ethnicization, de-racialization, and decolonization. What do those terms mean?
Well, I think what ends up happening in the anti-colonial movements, that so-called ethnic tribal identities get reinforced. So then nationalist movements are fought through ethnic identity, as opposed to true nationalist movement, which brings everybody together. And so for true decolonization, it would require deracialization. And deracialization not only means like removing the white people from the African continent, which never happened, by the way. They all stayed. You know, like, even though you had like the black leaders, these white folks still, you know, kept their land and stuff like that, right, in their positions, right? And so deracialization, but de-ethnicization, which means that trying to drop the ethnic identities that were consolidated through colonialism, right? So trying to make the borders more malleable and see people as a mix of people together, there's room for change, as opposed to like, I'm Yoruba and I was always Yoruba, I'll be forever Yoruba, right? And so then that needed to happen actually for full decolonization, because the ethnic identity itself was consolidated in that particular way through the colonial project. And so if you're going to decolonize, you have to actually, you know, decolonize this ethnic identity that was constructed through the colonial project. And I know it's hard, it seems abstract, it's hard to do, because we've bought into these identities. But, you know, and if that's not going to be done, then you haven't decolonized, because that ethnic identity itself, not that there weren't, you know, there are always people, you know, there are things within these identities, but I'm saying they stopped the growth. They got frozen through the colonial project. And until we come to terms with that, we're not going to come to terms with a decolonization project.
What's and deracialization? Sorry, just go over that again.
So deracialization was the fact that the colonial project is a racializing project where the white people are on top and they ran things, right? So deracialization was removing the white people from power, right? And but Mamdani uses it as like he thinks deracialization happened, and I'm saying it didn't, because the reality is you could remove the white faces from power, but it was still being controlled, you know, from Downing Street, right? In terms of like economic control and so on and so forth. And the other thing is, most of these countries, when they got independence, still had white advisors, right? Running things. So, from Nkrumah down to everybody, right? And so the white advisors were still there. So that deracialization of the society never really happened, because, you know, it's fascinating to me, the way that Europeans colonized the African continent. Europeans should not ever feel too comfortable walking around the African continent. You know, it's fascinating, because after everything that Europe has done to Africa, they could still walk around like kings and queens in Africa. They don't need visas to go. Can you go to Europe without a visa? No, right? That's my thing. It's just like deracialization has not happened because white power, the power of whiteness still remains behind, despite the fact that you have Black countries. It's still fascinating to me, like, you know, the Notre Dame church burned, and you have the Ghanaian president raising money to go build the Notre Dame church, when you can't even deal with flooding in Ghana. I mean, come on.
No way, he did that?
I mean, it's like, you know, I guess what's what Ngugi would say, right? Decolonizing the mind. You know, it's like.
The thing is, and maybe I don't know whether this is something you're aware of, there's a lot of things which are done in the name of decolonizing, but they are reinforced by Europeans. Like, I remember there was a conference last year on decolonizing sponsored by the British Council. So what's happening there? That's what I've passed.
Right, decolonizing would be there would be no British Council. That's real decolonizing.
How are we allowed to call that decolonizing?
Right, because the British, it's not decolonization. There should be no British Council, period. I mean, that's what dismantling these colonial orders. There should be no British Council there. Is there a Kenyan Council in Britain?
No, there isn't. Okay, let me put it this way. You know, like sometimes we also get regulations from the UN, from international standards. And it's very hard to raise the question, where did these things come from? And people say we are implementing them because it's part of decolonizing. You know, we Africans, we are proving that we can do just as well as the international community in implementing these international standards.
Who's the international community?
They say it's all of us because some of us went to the conference. We left Nairobi and went to the conference and we got a visa.
I mean, let's
the mind.
The mindset is terrible, but the mindset is also terrible because you still wear the wig.
Yes, we do. But you know, we have independence.
Well, I talk about independence. Seek ye first the political kingdom and all else will follow. Yes. Obviously, not all else followed, right? You don't have independence because the truth is the fact that the Europeans can come into Kenya without needing a visa, that the fact that they can do all of that, the fact that the international community, we know is not all of us, because if the international community had a say, Israel would not still be bombing the heck, killing 4,000 kids, would not be bombing so many and getting away. The U.S. would not get away with occupying Syria right now. The U.S. have military, what the U.S. does, they would not get away with that. They would not get away with going into Iraq and killing 1 million Iraqis. So what's this international community? What we have to understand is that this world system is structured to uphold white supremacy. And I would like to suggest a couple of articles by one of my favorite philosophers. His name is Siba Grovogi, and he has this book called Sovereigns, Quasi-Sovereigns, and Africans, Race to International. Yeah, and I think, when you read it, it makes you think, because he also has an article called Africa, Come to Africa, Race, a Hermeneutics of Race and International Law. And you realize this notion of international law is actually structured to uphold international law is European law. Or as Walter Rodney, the famous Caribbean scholar, would say, international law is white law. We've accepted our position at the bottom of the world hierarchy. We've accepted the idea that whiteness is power. And we accepted the idea that whiteness is good. So Europe can do the most destructive things, and we still don't see them as we still see them as having morals. This is a problem.
We called it learning to
a trained inability to see. To see how the world is structured, because we've learned to not see European supremacy, white supremacy, for what it is. And we've learned to blame ourselves for what's going on. The same way that people blame Haitians for what the U.S. has done to Haiti over the past 30 years, over the past 150 years.
So when you were in Ghana, there's a chapter where you're talking about the students discussing race. Did you feel that kind of acceptance in that conversation among the students? That acceptance that Europe is good, or what were they grappling with, or they had just?
Well, it was interesting because the research was fascinating, because if I said I was studying race in Ghana, and this is how I said at the beginning, they'd be like, oh, that's an African-American problem. So then what I did was find ways that people talk about race without realizing that they're talking about race, right? So, so you'd be having a conversation and somebody be like, oh, she's fair, she's so nice,
or she's because she's light.
Right. And you'd have things like, Bruni, which is the word for stranger, but also it means white. But then, your nice mango is like a Bruni, the Bruni mango, right? So what's, the relationship of whiteness to all that is good is so deeply ingrained, right? We learned that in our books from the church. From the fact that you have a white Jesus when Jesus was not white, when you have a white blonde Jesus. That was the other thing when I was in Ghana. There were posters of white Jesus everywhere. And the reality is, God does not describe Jesus. I mean, the Bible does not describe Jesus as white. Jesus is not white, if you want to believe the Bible. I mean, but the thing is, you're not believing Ethiopian Christianity, so, you know, whatever. But so there's a link of whiteness to good. White people construct themselves as good. And you go to Europe and you're like, oh, look how beautiful Europe is. Like, you go to Belgium and you're like, well, Belgium became that beautiful because they were cutting off the hands of the Congolese.
Yeah.
You know, if people have the time, go online and watch this film called, was it White King, Red Rubber, and Black Blood, about what Leopold did to, and it shows you the contrast. As Congo is falling into despair, Belgium is growing and building monuments and so on and so forth. Like, Europe's wealth is based solely on the exploitation and death of the rest of the world. Europe is the place with the least amount of resources, but it's the richest. We have to ask these questions. Why is it that France has the largest gold reserves when they don't even have a gold mine? Right? I mean, France is more egregious because they signed these deals. You heard how they were selling uranium. Did you hear about in
Niger?
They were buying it for like at what, 20 cents, 80 cents, and selling it at $200 per ounce. Yeah. 200, and we accept this as Africans. Like, what's wrong with the leaders? Like, so then you have to be like, part of it, there's nothing wrong it's just we've learned to believe that all of whiteness is good, because that's the only way to understand, to not say to yourself, there's something wrong with white morality that allows certain things. Like, how does the US get away with so much misery and death? How you can just bomb people, go in and change election results, and people don't see you as bad. Look, the US this weekend had like another mass shooting, right? There have been more than 500 mass shootings in 2023 in the US. Now, imagine if the Western media reported on mass shootings in the US the way they report about the gang problem in Haiti, because there's more deaths in the US than there is in Haiti. What do? The images, right? Because what it is, the other problem is we don't control the media. So what do you watch? I know, BBC, CNN, maybe Al Jazeera, but Voice of America, right? Mexico is dealing with gang cartels, but Mexico was one of the people that was pushing for armed intervention in Haiti. Why is that? Jamaica has been under a state of emergency for the past 2 years because of gang problems. A Jamaican gang, you can look this up, everybody look this up, burned a whole neighborhood down a couple months ago. But these are the people sending armed military intervention to Haiti.
What irony.
So explain this to me. Israel is bombing the crap out of Gaza. The numbers are now 8,000 dead, 4,000 babies. The UN can't even meet. While this was happening, they met on sending an armed military intervention in Haiti. But don't you think Gaza needs a military intervention to stop the bombing? Why does an internal gang problem that's constructed by the US, by the way, because the guns come from the US. The US controls the ports into Haiti. People have to think about these things. Why do we believe it? Why do we believe the media?
Because we don't have our own media also. But also you really made a good point about the institutional cultures that we have. With the kinds of institutions we have, they just construct race until it looks like normal. It makes racism look normal. So we can't see it. And when you mention it, at least here people say, why are you bringing American politics here? We don't have a race problem. Colonialism was bad, but that's in the past. That's what.
Right, but then that used to happen to me all the time, but then I would sit there and go into a place like Champs, like I described, the all-white clubs.
That was hilarious.
In Ghana.
Yeah.
And walk into a place and I'm like, wait, I'm in Africa, but this is an all-white club, or things like that, or being turned away from a nightclub in Ghana with my Ghanaian friends because they wanted to just let it open to just Lebanese and white people, right? And so you ask people then, you start asking them, so, well, why does this white man get to go ahead of me in line, right? Why is it that Jesus is white on this billboard, So then people say, well, it's not race, but then tell me why white is privileged. Why is light skin looking better than dark skin? So that's how I had to approach this question. That's why each chapter is about something else. One chapter is about how they see white people, because you have these I call the development whites versus, you haven't read that, versus the Peace Corps whites.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I saw the picture.
And so you have the ones in their trucks, IMF, World Bank, and Global Health, all these are Western, you know what they are? They're job programs for young white students when they finish college, because they don't have jobs. So then they're like, oh, I'm gonna go work in Africa. And I'll work with an NGO, and they're making all kinds of money, and they're helping, right? And they drive their fancy trucks and do all of that. That upholds whiteness. Because when they hire local people, they don't pay them the same. They don't pay them in dollars or euros, right? So the NGO culture is what, that's a jobs program for Europeans. That's why they send their kids there. So there's that. But then you have the Peace Corps people who are like going to live in the village, and I'm going to help, bring water, as if Africans who've been living on that continent for millennia don't know how to find water and feed themselves. But we've come to accept that. Right? So then people are like, oh, this is not about race. But then you sit in a room and you watch the white person be treated better. You watch everybody like, oh, your hair is so pretty. I want to do that. Oh, I want a mixed race baby. Somebody was just like, yeah, if I can get a mixed race baby. Or then look what's happening in Tanzania with these old, ugly white women going in there and like, for sex tourism with these nice looking young men all over Gambia, all of that. That's race. That's white supremacy. That's privileging whiteness. That's seeing white as better and seeing black as less than. All of that is race. Why do you still have the white highlands? Who lives up there? I've been to Kenya.
Yes, yeah. But you said that ethnicity makes us not see race. So it's really difficult to talk about race. And now when I'm hearing you speak, I get the feeling that we are not allowed as Africans to talk about race. So I feel that we are so far at the bottom of the hierarchy that even talking about race is not permitted to us. It's not allowed.
Because you're only allowed to talk about ethnicity, because then ethnicity allows you to talk about differences among Africans, not differences, not the way that white supremacy continues to control the entire continent, politically, culturally, economically, and everything else. Because there is no way for you to think you're equal to white people. There's no Kenya Council in Britain. You need a visa, and you have to pay hundreds of dollars to get a visa to go there. But then they can come. There's the British Council, there's the German, there's the French whatever, Cultural Institute. Where's the Kenya Institute in France, right? Why is it that they don't need a visa? I remember this, trying to fly from Ghana to Senegal for a conference. And because I had a Haitian passport, they would not let me into Senegal. They told me I had to go to the French embassy in Ghana to get a passport for Senegal. To get a visa for Senegal. Oh, it's been 2000. So explain this to me. If this is not about the white intellect, the white political structure of the world, the fact that we are at the bottom, and the reason we're at the bottom because it's a racialized global structure. And it is about race. It is about race, but race is about power and white supremacy, right? And so people be like, oh, it's not about that. It's just, we don't have the political power. Well, why don't you have the political power?
Wow. Okay. Can we just end on Haiti? Kenya is coming. Unfortunately, the Kenyan people don't want it, but the government has ignored us. So is there anything you'd like to tell the Kenyan people, or just especially the gang story? The gang story has been very difficult to refute. So I don't know, because the Kenya media repeats it, and the Kenya media repeats it because they get the articles from Western newspapers. So maybe you could just give sort of like an explanation of why that story is wrong. And yeah.
Yeah, well, this is a longer explanation. I wanted to, one of the things that people must not know is that in 2003, Britain, France, and Canada, no, US, France, and Canada met in Ottawa, and they decided to remove Haiti's popularly elected president. And they did not like his policies, even though he had given in to some of the, he was the most, after a 30-year dictatorship, he got the most votes, got into power. The US was behind the first coup d'etat. He came back to power. The US is behind the second coup d'etat. So that's President Jean-Bertrand Aristide. So if people can look up Ottawa Initiative. So they meet in Ottawa. You can look it up. And then this journalist got wind of it. And in that meeting, they decided they're going to get rid of Aristide. And they needed to put Haiti under some kind of international tutelage. This is their language, right? So by 2004, the 200th anniversary of Haitian independence, the U.S. funds ragtag paramilitary groups that they were sending in the Dominican Republic, sending guns to and training. And then the U.S. Marines landed in Aristide's house, took him and his family and his aides, put him on a plane, and flew them to Africa. So you can look at Democracy Now!, February 29, 2003. Democracy Now! Is the news media, February, where she's tracing, like he gets a phone and he's calling, he's like, I've been kidnapped. I'm on a plane, I don't know where I'm going, right? So this is the US Special Forces take our president, flies him out. So this is the coup d'etat run by the US, France, and Canada, which already had troops on the ground in Haiti by the night of the coup d'etat. The next morning, because US, France, and Canada are in a UN Security Council, they call an emergency Security Council meeting and to get the UN to allow a stabilizing mission to go into Haiti. So the UN, so these are the gangsters. These are the real gangsters. So the members of the UN Security Council orchestrated a coup d'etat and then these same members then call the UN and say, there's a problem in Haiti, we need to send an occupation force. And that's exactly what happened. They sent a Chapter 7 occupation. And Chapter 7 UN occupations are brutal because they allow them to use force against the population. But Chapter 7 occupations are only for countries at war. Haiti was not at war. There was no civil war. There's a removal of the president. And then once the removal of the president happens, there are protests in the streets. They start calling them gangs. They've always done that. They used to call the protesters bandits and gangs in 1919 during the first occupation from 1915 to 1934. So the word gangs and bandits is a long history of describing what's happening in Haiti. Yeah. So the UN set up this thing called the Core Group. So from 2004 till now, the Core Group has run Haiti. Brazil led the first military one, what Peña's trying to do, but Brazil was like 7,000 soldiers, and Brazil paid for this, right? They occupied Haiti. This military occupation was from 2004 with up to 12,000 military soldiers from all over the world, a whole a civilian group that ran it, and then the core group that made all decisions. The US installed so-called president, ran all elections. So Haiti is under occupation. Whatever happens in Haiti, the UN and the US run Haiti. So if there's a so-called gang problem, it's under the UN occupation because they left most of the military, but the UN office is still in Haiti. And every year they renew the mandate for the UN to control, the core group in the UN to control Haiti. So that's what's happening. The US in particular in 2010, after the earthquake, which killed more than 200,000 people, the earthquake that Pat Robertson says because, of our religious practices, right?
Yeah.
The US forced elections because they decided they were not going to leave it to chance because every time they've had elections, the people pick their favorite. So they removed the most popular party, Jean-Bertrand Aristide's party. They said that party cannot run, right? They have elections, 18% of the people vote. Mind you, this is the earthquake, still 1 million people living in tents. So a lot of people didn't even get a chance to vote. The first round of the elections, their favorite candidate did not make the first round. What happens? Hillary Clinton flew to Haiti and demanded that they change the election results. 2011, this is Obama's administration. So every single administration has done this to Haiti, right? They changed the election results and put in place this this political party in Martelly, PHTK, who the UN just released a report last week that says is one of the biggest funders of young people with arms in the country. I'll send you that report because people need to know this, where the so-called gangs are coming from. So ever since then, the US has destroyed the state because they put in this puppet. We haven't had elections. At the beginning of 2004, we had hundreds of, parliamentaries, senators, local. Now we have zero because there's been no elections. So so the Haitians have been protesting. So that's the other thing. You can go back to 2018, just do Google search, do Haitian protests, 2018 against, the petrodollars, because Hugo Chavez of Venezuela had created this program to help Haiti develop by giving it free oil, basically, to sell and then use the money. That same government that the U.S. put in place stole billions of dollars. People were on the streets protesting. The UN brought cholera that killed 30,000 Haitians. I know people talk about Palestine, the spectacular violence, like 8,000, but the UN dumped feces in the main water stream of Haiti that people use to wash, to cook, right? Gave the population cholera, which sickened more than 1 million people and killed 30,000 people. That did not even make the news. And the UN did not accept responsibility for 6 years. Till this day, you can look it up, UN cholera Haiti. Till this day, they haven't given reparations, they haven't fixed the water system or anything, right? So Haitians can die by the thousands and the world will not blink. This is all under occupation, right? The UN occupied it. So there's that happens. There's the cholera, there's the rapes. The UN is running sex rings, you can look that up in Haiti. So this party that's in place, the US is trying to uphold. So there are all these protests, the Haitians are like, these people are not our representatives, we want them out of power. 2020, 2019, the replacement is another puppet that's handpicked, Jovenel Moïse. There are tons of protests, and in the protests, people are like, the US, leave us alone, stop interfering. So you can go to Google, look up all these protests, stop interfering, in the US, UN, the core group, get out of Haiti. This is 2020. The president gets assassinated by Colombians, and we know the US knows about this because the US has all the evidence and they're the ones doing the trial. And I don't know what the jurisdiction is, how the US FBI can go to Haiti, take all the evidence and then take it back. But, right. Ever since then, so people are protesting against Moïse. The core group picks who their prime minister is. The Haitians had no say in the prime minister. The core group, the UN office in Haiti, sent a tweet out and a communique that says so-and-so will be the prime minister. So when people say the Haitian government asked Kenya to help, there's no Haitian government. The people that are asking are puppets that are brought in to do that. There's no Haitian government. Look up Ariel Henry, the prime, we don't have a president, which has been assassinated. So then the US has been wanting to find a way, because they want him in power, because one thing he did that the other governments could not do, you can look up IMF protest Haiti. The IMF wanted to force Haiti to remove fuel subsidies, which raised fuel prices by 40% overnight. So all summer 2019, 2020, Haitians were protesting against this IMF thing. And then with this prime minister, he said he was going to do it. So there are protests against him. And you know what he said? Oh, these are gangs. They're not really protests. If you look at these pictures, they're like hundreds of thousands of people in the streets protesting, right? So we think what happened is the US has been trying since 2021, the summer, to send this military force because they want to keep this puppet in power. He's only in power, he's surrounded by US special forces. That's the only way he's in power. No, but he's not elected. And so but they also want to keep Haiti, because you have to wonder, why is the US so interested in Haiti?
Yeah.
This tiny little country, these Black people, why? But then you have to ask yourself, why does the US has the 4th largest embassy in Haiti? The 4th largest embassy in the world, US embassy in the world, is in Haiti. There's oil in Haiti, there's gold in Haiti, but they also need Haiti's position so that they can fight against Venezuela. They've been wanting this bay called Mont Saint Nicolas in the northern part of Haiti, right under Cuba, which is an easy way to get to the Panama Canal, so that when they go to war with China, it's easier to get to the Pacific coast, to get to the Pacific. This is the 10th occupation in 30 years. This is the 10th invasion in 30 years. But this time they don't want to make it seem like it's another white country because it's not. So they want a black face to control the resources and access to the things. That's what's been happening. But the gang thing is real in the sense that rich people have always used poor. Let's ask Kenyans this. When you look at these guys, they're walking around in flip-flops, flip-flops, ragtag clothes, but then they have these guns that are like $10,000.
Very sophisticated, yeah.
Where did they get the guns? Where did they get the ammunition?
They didn't make them.
The guns are imported from the US. The UN report says all the guns come directly from the US. The 5 ports in Haiti are owned by private families who stand to gain, right? So this is really what's going on. What's going on in Haiti is a colonial situation. We're fighting against US colonialism. And to me, Kenyans have to ask, well, why is it that Kenya never had diplomatic relations with Haiti until a few weeks ago? Because the Chinese and Russian governments they blocked this. By the way, they've been blocking it for 2 years. And they finally relented because there's so many black countries saying we're going to do it. Right? So then you have to, yes, they blocked it. They've been blocking this resolution for 2 years. Right? Because they're like, this is no mission. And then the other thing is if there's a situation, Haiti's not at war. The other thing is the whole gang thing is in Port-au-Prince. Haiti is a country of 12 million people. It's huge. The gang thing is in Port-au-Prince. One of the biggest gangs is right next to the US Embassy. So we know who funds this, right? The other thing is the prime minister that the US is holding up is implicated in the murder of the Haitian president, right? He refuses to go before the judge that keeps calling it. So this is the mess that Kenya is coming into. And so we have to know this conversation about gangs is the way the US can manipulate the media, right? Because if you're only watching CNN, BBC, and then even local news is taking your stories. Like when I go to Africa and I open the newspaper, you can look at the top from BBC, from Voice of America. Because are there Kenyan reporters in Haiti to really know what's going on? Do they speak Haitian Creole? Why are you taking the word of the white man? And Malcolm X has the saying that said that the Western newspapers will have you believe that the victims are the oppressors and the oppressors are the victims.
Yeah.
We have to remember that. So you cannot think about the way that the US represent Africans in images and think about the way that they will represent Haiti to get what they need. And I hope we sit back and ask ourselves, why is it this tiny little country is getting so much attention from the West? What is it that the US needs? And why would we want to play this part of a comprador, of this black face to cover US imperialism and oppress Haiti some more? Haitian people don't want intervention. The other thing is, ask yourself, why is it the only solution you have for Haiti is a violent one? Because the US could actually stop. They know where the guns are coming from. They could put an embargo, which is what the Russian and Chinese government said. We need to stop the guns from coming in. Because once people don't have ammunition, it's a bunch of ragtag young men. All you need is to cut off ammunition and the guns. So why is it that we need, look, after the earthquake, the first thing the US did was build a prison. So because when they see black people, they think the only solution we need is prison or force. Why is it that we need force? Why is it that the only solution is a forceful one, where you have foreigners coming in pointing guns at people? It's distressing. And as a Haitian, speaking on behalf of our people, we don't need another intervention of foreigners killing our people. We need the US and the UN, the core group, to get out of Haiti and leave us alone. Stop interfering. Haiti has been under occupation since 2004. We need to end this occupation so that we can live our lives and live our free, proud history the way we should.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. You've been such a good resource. I hope Kenyans will benefit from the insights that you have given us. And I will share a lot of your links so that if Kenyans want to know more, they can just follow them up. So I want to say thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Wanja. I'm so grateful that you gave me this opportunity to really talk about Haiti and my work. I hopefully we'll stay in touch. This was so wonderful. Thank you. And you had great questions. I've never had such nice probing questions, so I appreciate that.
So Why? People will tell you many things through their books, on top of books. You will read as to why, the economic reasons why they had to occupy Haiti. Oh, no. The trouble, so much coup d'etats and too many killings of officials and too much trouble in the country. That's why the U.S. had to occupy Haiti. But here's what the U.S. did. When they came in the first time, they occupied Haiti. First, they changed all the worthwhile laws from the books. I'm sorry, that wasn't first. The very first thing was, Haiti was the only country at that time who did not have their money backed in the Americas, backed by the dollar. Our money was backed by gold. Our entire reserve, gold reserve, was taken away for safekeeping, we were told, and brought to Fort Knox. It has yet to return home. This was 1915. When somebody asks you, why is there so much poverty? When some white person says, oh, I want to go help the poor people in Haiti, so I'm going to bring a little bread and a little water for them. Ask them, why don't you just ask your government to give them back their gold? Right. Yes. So, we're looking at a country that has set a model for black countries. The only country who had a constitution which was in accord with what the purpose of the people. We cannot have black people enslaved or colonized, and then when we're free, we say, oh, our colonizers are our best friends. They teach us the laws we should have in the books. We're going to take their books to have the schools. We're going to take their doctors to come and build our hospitals. Why the hell then why don't you just stay in slavery or stay in colonization? We have an example, Nigeria, very important country, 110 million people strong, powerful land, variety in climate. Nigeria has everything to win as a black country. When Nigeria was becoming, and the crackers really didn't want to give Nigeria up. They did not. Because Nigeria was too much wealth, too much of everything. And it had a very dynamic personality, the people of Nigeria. Well, when you read the Constitution of Nigeria, you can hardly tell this is a black nation. But furthermore, the accompanying agreements, Nigerians agreed to live in the hands of England. The educational system, the justice system, the finance system, and the resources. So here we are independent. Here's how it went in Nigeria. We're independent. Hooray! Independence! Wonderful. But England will determine what you do as far as education is concerned, will determine how money is spent and for what, will determine how resources are used, and will determine justice for the next 15 to 20 years. Is that independence? All right. So Haiti, if you're looking for one country, one black country, coming out of slavery or colonization, that actually had what you call independence, you will not find two examples. Not even Ghana. Ghana is the closest. Ghana had pretty good documents in what they set up. Guinea tried, paid very dearly for trying. Okay? So, tell me, here we are. I'm a slave master. You're my slaves. I spent 100 years beating up on you, your grandmama, your great-grandmama, making you work for nothing for me. Centuries after centuries. And then one day independence must come. I said, okay, fine, let's have independence. Let's sit down and talk about it. Here's how your independence gonna go, okay? Let me tell you. And now, independence is signed. We all happy. We shake hands. How sweet. All the land that I took from your family remains my land, of course. And now you out in the streets begging. You know what I'm gonna say? Look at this bum. What is wrong with him? These black folks can't do nothing for themselves. Here he is begging, begging, always begging. And we are so stupid. We won't even say, yeah, I'm begging because you stole my land. I'm begging because you killed my mother. I'm begging because you slaughtered my grandmother. I'm begging because you raped my sisters. That's why I'm begging. We're going to say, no, white man, you got to help us. Yeah, we're really in bad shape. You know why you can't give him the sense? You went to school, I hear. Your mama swept by the roadside, selling mangoes to send you to school, to send you to the best schools. Like my mother. My mother was living in a room, one room, saving every penny she made to send me to a school called Collège International Montpellier. After I finished secondary school, I had no idea. Hey, my mama said she's sending me to school. I went to school. But when I got to the school, you know what they taught in that school? They teach you how to drink whiskey, how to drink vodka, how to ride horses, how to play card games. And see, this is a school, of course she didn't know. To her it was a great school because it was in France, and in France everything you learn is good for you. This is a school that children of barons and queens and whatever, who don't have any brains, who don't have anything to do, all they have to do is go and learn how to walk fancy, speak fancy, and drink up a storm without ever looking drunk. It's sad, but it's true. I spent a year, and there was no way I could explain to my mother, this here, where you sent me, I don't belong here. Anyway, to make a long story short, I went, did my year. At the end of the year, I have a diploma. Hey, I know how to drink vodka real good. I know how to dress up. I was forced to press my hair. I think it was 3 times a week I was supposed to press my hair because I was never supposed to have a kink anywhere. I must not be myself, you know. My hair was always to be pulled in a silky, slinky little whatever it was. Okay, I did it all until the last day. When the notes were all posted, I washed my hair with a lot of pleasure. And I blow it all out, something like tonight. Probably it was much bigger because it was longer then. And I put an African outfit. Without lying, one of my teachers went to the hospital with an infarctus. And the man kept saying on the hospital bed, it is impossible. She was my best teacher. I invested so much in her. She can't revert like this. They worked hard to turn me into a white woman. It just didn't take. I was bad earth, bad soil. But I'm only telling you this because many of you are going to school. If you're not, you have a child that you're sending to school. You have a niece, you have a cousin that's going to school. A book written by a colonizer, a racist pig. Do you think that this can help your child grow? Am I saying you should not go to school? No. What is the difference between medicine and poison? What's the difference between the poison and the medicine? A matter of degree. Thank you, brother. It's the same thing. There is no difference. Every medicine is poison. It will kill you if that's what the doctor tells you. Take 1 teaspoon every 5 hours or every 8 hours. If you decide, hey, this pain is too much, let me take 5 teaspoons, what will happen to you? All right? Yes, every medicine is poison. When you go to school, you have to think in terms, this is the poison you've got to have. But you have to measure how much of it, when you should take it, and sometimes maybe you just may have to say, hey, forget it. But that's a fact you need to know. Every time you sit in front of the television, somebody's working on you. Someone is working to change you from a black person who knows who they are and want to be themselves to something that wants to be anything other than what it is. When you take the New York Times to read, you think you're getting information? You are reading approved truth. Truth approved for general consumption. That's what you're getting. Has nothing to do with truth. Has nothing to do with reality. We have right now the island of Montserrat, which is 1/3 covered by the ashes of a volcano. Is there a big boo-hoo in all the television programs, all the television stations, right? No. It's a bunch of black folks. Who cares? And funny thing is, this week we have Italy. A little earthquake shook and killed 4 people. There isn't one station who didn't give it. Not one. In Haiti, people are dying every day. All kinds of reasons, all kinds of situations. But that's not the problem. When the big, gory, bloody stuff arrives, that's when it's interesting. In seconds, we have thousands of journalists from all over the world in the country. When it's big and blind, you know. But never they will touch the reality of what's happening. They'll give you their version, their interpretation, and they will give it to you in a way, in degrees, that will make you feel these Haitians are a bunch of fools. These people always have a problem. And that's the same way they give us information about you. That's true. Most Haitians don't like black Americans. That's a fact. I'm not gonna lie about it. We don't like you because the only information we have about you is what your enemy and ours tell us about you. And you don't like Haitians either. Because you have the same information from the same source about us. When was the last time the New York Times told you anything about Toussaint Louverture? When did the New York Times talk about Jean-Jacques Dessalines? When did you ever hear about what is the mission of this country? They even have us clap to be occupied in 1994. Yes, I stood up against the coup in Haiti. Yes, I stood up for the return of the will of the people in Haiti. Because at the time, yes, Aristide won by 70% of the votes, He is the choice of the people, so he should go back. But when I'm told, okay, he's going back with military occupation, I said, no, that's too expensive. This price, not for me. Most of my comrades were against me. But that's not their fault. Lack of vision, lack of knowledge of our street, lack of understanding. What does military occupation mean in any country? I don't care where. That is not the problem. Military occupation means prostitution will rise up out of the street into the best families, number one. Because General so-and-so and Colonel so-and-so from the U.S. Army is not going to go in the street and pay $2. No, he's got to have a prostitute. He's going to go in your home, my home, take my sister. Number two, the cost of living must rise at least 15%. That's a fact, whether you want it or not. Any place where there have been occupation, those are the two first results of any occupation.
Yes, ma'am.
So before, 5 goods for $1. Today, 17, 18, 19, 20 goods for $1. You know how many people cannot eat in this country? 70% of the population is not working. The World Bank says, oh, to make things better, we have a good plan for you. Things are going to get real good, real fast. First, the public workers must be reduced by half. A study proved that every working Haitian feeds at least 7 people. And we only 30% of the population, the working population, is working. Now when you're going to reduce it to 15% of the population, how many people are we each going to feed? And then what happens to the ones who don't have somebody working to feed them? In 1946, Haiti imported nothing of what it needed to survive on a day-to-day basis. In 1960, Haiti did not import its food. Since 1970, there is progress, I think they call it. We start importing things. And today, 1997, Haiti imports even lemon, even plantain, even corn. And don't forget, we are buying it with 20 goods for $1. But remember, Haiti is nothing but an example. It's nothing. Whatever we say about Haiti, we could say it about Zaire, we could say it about Nigeria, we could say it about Togo, we could say it about Ghana, we could say it about Guinea, we could say it all over wherever our people are. And that's why we must make it our business. If we say we're serious about growing, if we say we're serious about going to war, you have to know what's happening in every part of your world. Don't sit here, I'm a black American, I'm living in Newark, New Jersey. Well, New York, I have no problem in Newark, New Jersey, we're okay. We have a nice mayor. No, we've got to become involved. Because whatever they're doing to us in Haiti, whatever they did in Zaire, in Lomé, in Ghana, it's coming to you, brother. It's coming your way, if it's not already there. Whatever they do to you, they're coming with us, to us with it. Whatever they do to us, they're coming to you with it. In 1960, Haitians did not know what drug was. 1970, if you say marijuana to somebody in Haiti, what you talking about? Cocaine? Today we have a large drug population since the occupation. Yes. Another wonderful thing that the United States of America does, it's cleaning out its jail populations, we're told. So for the past 3 years, every American Airlines that land in Port-au-Prince has 4 or 5 handcuffed men in the back. These are supposedly Haitians. Nobody checked their papers, nobody really knows. But what is certain, they are hardcore criminals. The U.S. has a program. If you've been in jail 10 years, or you've gone to jail so many times, the next time they arrest you for hardcore crimes, instead of giving you life imprisonment, they can take you back to your country, supposedly. And this without saying anything to the government. You get to the airport, they take off the handcuffs, and you in the streets. The American Airlines land every day in Haiti at least 3 times a day. And every day it brings a load. And then they say, oh, there is insecurity in the country. We wonder how come. Until 1985, I lived home in a house where I did not have the key to the front door. Even when I went on vacation, I didn't lock the door. I just pulled it. Today, I wouldn't dare. But to solve all of this, first element, we must know what's happening. Because if you don't know, you cannot resolve a problem that you have not identified. Number 2, you must get yourself together. Don't look at Zaid and say, well, here's what's wrong with Zaid. Forget it. Baina has to look at Baina. Look at what's wrong with Baina and decide how to cure and clean Baina. Zaid has to take a good look at Zaid, clean up Zaid, and cure Zaid. And when Baina is clean, Zaid is clean, Baina and Zaid can have a program together. All humans, Africans maybe more than others, know that we do not live by flesh alone. Yeah, I hear there are people who say they are atheist. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in spirits. Atheist, thank you. They don't believe in spirits. They don't believe in any force other than men. Possible. But what I know is all Africans, all, from every corner of the continent, all of the people with high melanin content, they all believe in what we don't see, in non-matter existence. So, I cannot speak and not come to the spirituality of things. In Haiti, a discipline was established. A set of belief, a belief system was established. Created from Ifa, from the motherland. Our expression of the divine, of the unseen, is called Vodun. Vodun is how we